now in session.
Madam Chairman, would you,
I think we need to wait. Do we have a signal? Are we good to go?
We're good to go.
Okay, all right.
you had indicated that you wished for the council to reiterate what had happened during the first day of the
Yes,
hearing.
Yeah, let me stop just a moment and just welcome anybody who's watching and the council and the commissioners. And as always, I'd like to have the commissioners introduce themselves. Start with you, Mr. Rubin.
Good morning, I'm Philip Rubin.
I'm Manu Lee.
I'm Denise Klein.
And I'm Trish Holland.
All right, and yes, Mr. Choi, I had asked that council be prepared to give us a short, this is a continuation of a previous hearing, and we are, I think, gonna have the claimant appear remotely, but I would like to have both council give us a short summation of kind of where we are and where we expect to go today.
Make sure you speak into the mic, please, for the WebEx.
All right, would like to have the council give us a short summation of the prior hearing in terms of where the ground we've covered and the ground you expect to cover today. Mr. Choi, you want to go first?
I can, Madam Chairman. This case arose from disciplinary action taken against James Rollins, a former City of Raleigh police officer. The disciplinary action taken was termination. It arose from an incident in which Mr. Rollins was asked to take custody of a stolen vehicle by a fellow officer who had just gone off duty. Mr. Rollins was told by the other officer that the vehicle was vacant. And Mr. Rollins approached the vehicle and learned that the vehicle was not vacant, that in fact that there was an individual in the back seat. Mr. Rollins took action to arrest that individual, which occurred without incident. The matter came to the attention of the management of the Raleigh Police Department because there was no body camera footage of the arrest. Body-worn cameras had been deployed by the police department sometime before, within maybe the last 18 to 24 months. The evidence will certainly reflect the exact dates. All the officers who had been issued body-worn cameras were given training. There was a written policy in place regarding the activation of body-worn cameras. When the absence of body-worn camera footage was noted, Mr. Rollins indicated in his report of the incident that he did not have time to activate the body-worn camera due to the suddenness of discovering the person in the back seat. When this matter was investigated further, it was determined that the body-worn camera had been in fact docked in Mr. Rollins' vehicle, that instead of not having time to activate the camera, he was not in fact wearing the camera. This was of concern to the management of the police department because this was not the first time that Mr. Rollins had had an incident involving his body-worn camera. I believe there had been 2 prior incidents, and the most recent one being a week prior, in which he was also recovering an apparently stolen vehicle and did not believe that any law enforcement action would be necessitated. However, it turned into some sort of verbal dispute when the owner appeared. And when a complaint was lodged against Officer Rollins, he did not have any body-worn camera footage to support his conduct. He was warned at that time, and this would have been the second time that he was warned, that the policy required that he be wearing his body-worn camera so that he could activate it at a moment's notice. Law enforcement officers are taught that they may have to take action, whether it be the more cordial types of interactions with citizens, or it could escalate to the point where an officer may have to use deadly force. And that these incidents can happen at any time. It is the nature of police work that it is unpredictable. Those who violate the law do not tend to forecast what they are going to do. There's no roadmap as to how people are going to behave when they're confronted with being arrested, potentially incarcerated. So officers have to be prepared to activate their body-worn cameras to record their conduct whenever they have to take law enforcement action. When an investigation was conducted, and it was determined by the Raleigh Police Department that Mr. Rollins had been untruthful with regard to his body-worn camera. And as a result, the disciplinary action was taken against him, given his prior history of body-worn camera violations and his record as a whole. He was a good officer in many respects. However, accountability and integrity are at the core of being a law enforcement officer, and therefore it was determined that the appropriate disciplinary action in this case was termination.
Right, and Mr. Collins, you go ahead, and then I'll need both parties to remind us of where we are in the evidence. I think Mr. Rollins was, I can't remember what witness was on the stand when we adjourned.
I don't quite remember.
J.T. Maltzman.
We had Fanny my client testified, and then it was the petitioner, the respondent's case. Lieutenant Fanny testified. Captain Harrison testified. Who else?
The plaintiff had the petitioner had rested, and let's see, I'm just looking in my notes.
Commissioner Holland might have some, you might have some.
Let's see, Captain Harrison, who was Officer Rollins' lieutenant, testified, and then Lieutenant Fanay of the Internal Affairs Unit testified regarding his investigation. The two remaining witnesses for the city are Deputy Chief, now retired, Todd Jordan, and the city manager, Marshall Adams David, who actually took the disciplinary action and heard the administrative appeal.
Okay. Mr. Collins, you want to give a summation on behalf of Mr. Rollins?
Yeah, just a brief summation. I think Hunt covered the facts for the most part pretty well. Would just emphasize that the unprecedented nature of the incident, while police officers are supposed to be prepared, usually they have some forewarning that they are approaching some sort of an incident that might require police action. And in this case, this was he was informed that the vehicle was empty and it was daylight. He had no reason to think that anybody would be in the vehicle. So when he approaches the vehicle and someone emerges, it was quite a shock. And I believe the evidence showed, or his testimony was that he thought he had his camera on at the time, but it turns out he didn't after the fact. And when he wrote his report, that he assumed it was on, and he just didn't turn it on. So as Hunt says, this termination is really based on the respondents' on testimony, their witnesses. It's about whether he lied. That's ultimately. Talk about the prior BWC events when he didn't have his camera on, but the ultimate question here is, was he dishonest when he wrote the report, or, as we contend, was it a mistake and he didn't know at the time and he assumed he had his camera on.
Okay. And so it sounds like we are now ready for the next witness. It sounds like the petitioner has rested, and the city can produce its next witness.
Thank you, Chairman. The city will call Deputy Chief, now retired, Todd Jordan. And while Mr. Jordan takes the stand, I'd like to distribute the exhibit notebooks that had been.
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you. morning. And while Mr. Choi is distributing the exhibits, could you swear the witness? Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, but nothing but the truth, and so help you God.
I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is this intended for me?
Yes, sir, it is. Mr. Jordan, can you start by stating your name for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Todd Jordan.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed with the General Assembly.
Where did you spend your career?
I spent my career with the Raleigh Police Department.
And when did your career with the Raleigh Police Department end?
I began serving with the City of Raleigh Police Department in October of 1995, and I retired October 1st of this previous year,
And at the
2022.
time of your retirement, what was your job title?
At the time that I retired, I was the Deputy Chief with the City of Raleigh Police Department, one of two Deputy Chiefs.
And what were your duties as Deputy Chief?
My role as Deputy Chief at the time, I had the responsibility of overseeing the Administrative Services Unit and also the Office of Professional Standards, which includes the Office of Inspections and Internal Affairs and Accreditation.
Can you describe for us what the Office of Professional Standards function is within the police department?
Absolutely. It's often referred to as one of the regulatory functions of the police department and disciplinary functions of the police department. Professional standards includes internal affairs, which is most commonly, I think, known to the public. Also the Office of Inspections and also the Office of Accreditation. And essentially, professional standards is tasked with making sure that officers comply with all policy and law.
And what does the let me back up. Does the administrative services part of your duties have anything to do with the professional standards part?
It did, sir, yes. As Deputy Chief overseeing the Office of Professional Standards, I would obviously be apprised of all of the cases being investigated within the Office of Professional Standards. I would meet regularly with the major and the staff of that particular unit, review discipline as prescribed by the major of professional standards. Depending on the level of discipline, sometimes it needed my signature. For example, if a disciplinary action was being taken, I would have to sign off on that and give my approval. Also, as part of my role overseeing that unit, if an employee, whether that be a sworn officer or a civilian employee, felt that discipline was either too harsh or not merited, they could essentially file an appeal, and my position at that point as Deputy Chief, I would basically hear that appeal and be the first decision point. And then if my decision was not agreed with, then it would go to the Office of the City Manager.
Prior to your promotion to the position of Deputy Chief, what position did you hold?
Prior to my appointment as Deputy Chief, I was the Major of Professional Standards.
As the Major of Professional Standards, what were your job duties?
The Major of Professional Standards oversees, again, the Office of Internal Affairs, Inspections, and Accreditation. Particular to this case, and really particular to what this subject matter is, the Major of Professional Standards reviews all of the casework conducted by the Office of Internal Affairs. Sometimes also inspections will submit a case of investigation that the major of professional standards would review, and then at that point, based on all of the facts and circumstances and the totality of the incident, the major of professional standards prescribes the appropriate level of discipline based on those facts, policy violations, and any potential law violations.
What position did you hold at the time that Mr. Rollins was terminated?
I was the major of professional standards.
And were you then the deputy chief that later heard Mr. Rollins' appeal?
I was not.
And who was that?
That would have been, at the time, Deputy Chief Robert Council.
So just to make sure that the chronology is straight in everyone's mind, you were the major of professional standards at the time of Mr. Rollins' termination, but did not become deputy chief until after his appeal was heard by then Deputy Chief Robert Council, correct?
Yes, sir, and then also by the city manager.
Of course.
Yes.
And then later you were appointed to the position that was vacated by Deputy Chief Council upon his retirement?
Correct, sir. Yes.
So then you, at that point, after Mr. Rollins' termination and administrative appeals, became the Raleigh Police Department manager responsible for hearing law enforcement appeals of discipline.
Correct, sir. Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 39 in the city notebook, which is the white notebook. Yes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Is that titled Findings and Recommendations?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much. Do you recognize this Well, I'll give you a moment to take a look at it, of course. But my ultimate question is, do you recognize this document?
I do, sir, yes.
And can you tell us what this document is?
So Exhibit 39 is the findings and recommendations specific to this case. This case was numbered I-2019-009. Each internal affairs case and investigation has a particular number, a specific number assigned to it for tracking purposes. This is essentially the my summation of the incident. Again, it's titled Findings and Recommendations. And so what this form would contain is the employee involved, which was Officer J.D. Rollins, the assignment at the time, the code number of the employee. The complainant would be listed. Because this was an internally driven or generated case, it's listed as RPD. If it had been a citizen complaint, it could potentially have the citizen or an organization or whoever the external complaint of that particular case is. Next would be listed the allegations. We list the departmental operating instruction, the DOI violations on here, potential city operating procedure violations, and then sometimes if it could be a legal issue, it would be a lawful violation could also be listed. Below that, each allegation is parsed out with some facts and some findings and recommendations. That was my responsibility to complete all of the material within the 7 pages that you see before you. And what I did at the time is for each allegation, so there were 3 allegations here, each allegation would have the facts, the findings, and recommendations for each violation. And then at the end of the document would essentially be my overall finding and recommendation with the prescribed discipline for that particular event and investigation.
And how many allegations were made pursuant to this particular internal affairs investigation? And I'm referring to I-2019-009.
Yes, sir. Particular to this investigation, there were 3 allegations. DOI 110918, which was our body-worn camera policy. DOI 11044, which was our compliance with laws, regulations, and orders. And then the third violation, or third allegation, was DOI 1101, which are our executive policies.
And because there has been some time between the first day of the hearing and today, can you tell us what a DOI is?
A DOI is, those are our departmental operational instructions. They're basically all of the policies, regulations, and orders that every employee of the police department is expected to abide by.
Are they, in what form are they in?
Well, for a long time, they were in written form, and each officer would actually have a DOI booklet. Much more recently, they've all, been converted to having electronic versions of those, and officers have the ability to essentially go online, if you would, and review all of the DOIs. So there's still it's a 900+ page manual, but it's electronic in form at this point.
Who issues departmental operating instructions, or DOIs?
Well, ultimately, they're signed off by the city manager, but for the most part, it's a combination of the chief and RPD management, who often gather and discuss, what DOIs should look like and what they should be. Obviously, also with consultation from our legal staff, but ultimately, the chief of police and the city manager sign off on each and every DOI.
Are they considered orders?
Yes, sir, they are. They are considered orders.
Okay. With regard to allegation number 1, what was the allegation being made against Mr. Rollins?
So for allegation 1, it was alleged that Senior Officer J.D. Rollins used poor judgment during a stolen vehicle investigation by failing to wear and/or activate his body-worn camera, and was untruthfully, verbally, and/or documenting the event.
So I see 2 things there, and I hope you can. I hope I can make this question clear. It appears that there's a violation of the body-worn camera policy, and then there's also an element of untruthfulness. In terms of the Raleigh Police Department's mission at that time, which one of those 2 things was the more serious?
The more serious part of this allegation, or part of this incident, was the truthfulness aspect to the case.
And why is that?
I think by the very nature of what police officers are expected to do in their service to the community is to be absolutely truthful in all of their actions and duty-related activities. So, that was paramount in this case. The body-worn camera, everything that we've heard was concerning, and it needed to be dealt with, but in my opinion, what was paramount and what was crucial to this case was what I felt was a lack of truthfulness as conducted by the officer, and that really trumped everything for me.
What did you have at, well, first of all, I gather from the testimony we heard on the first day that Captain, then Lieutenant Finney, was the investigator who conducted the investigation of these allegations.
That is correct.
Did you have any role in conducting the investigation?
No, as the major of professional standards, it was not my role to actually conduct any of the fact-finding or conduct any of the interviews. My role was to review the product and in its entirety, the totality of the investigation, and then make a judgment or prescribe discipline based on the totality of the investigation.
And without going through every single page or piece of evidence, can you tell us in general what you had at your disposal to review and what you did in fact review in order to reach your conclusion with regard to the findings and recommendations.
Yes, sir. So there was a lot of material to review at the time. Internal affairs cases are often, or mostly, completed, and the book that is submitted to the major looks a lot like what you have before you, with a number of tabs, and essentially it's a case book which contains all of the information that was pertinent to the investigation, and that is submitted to the major. Along with that, and specifically to this case, the major may review body-worn camera footage. Once that went into effect in 2018, that would be part of something that the major would review, or any other video that would be pertinent to the case, external security video or what have you, cell phone video submitted by either a complainant or officers. So any material like that would be reviewed. The DOI itself would be reviewed. Part of what the major's responsibility is to make sure that the complaints or the allegations contained within the book are consistent with DOI policy. And sometimes the major will also discover that there may be an additional policy violation that was pertinent to the case, and maybe it may have not initially been listed as an allegation, but the major has the purview and the ability to be a little bit flexible with the DOIs depending on the merit and the material contained within the case. Additionally, another piece of, I guess, evidence that would be reviewed specific to a case like this, this case involved what is referred to as a use of force. And so that separate use of force material and document was also reviewed as part of this case. So it's really it's a combination of the internal affairs book, which sometimes actually is thick and is contained with as much information and material as you see before you, and then some of these other products or pieces of evidence that I've mentioned as well.
In evaluating the allegations against Mr. Rollins, did you review the entirety of the internal affairs investigation and all of its work product and essentially the entire notebook and/or file?
I did, and I'd be remiss if I did not mention that. Also, one of the things that the major of professional standards considers is the discipline history of the officer, and so that was reviewed as part of the material with consideration to the final recommendations for this incident as well.
And is that included in the internal affairs investigation file?
Yes, it is, sir.
Going back to the policies at issue, I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 5 and ask you to identify that.
Exhibit 5 is what's considered to be our DOI 1109-18, body-worn cameras and mobile video recording policy.
And what is the stated purpose of this policy?
The stated purpose is to establish departmental policy regarding the use of body-worn cameras and mobile video recording equipment.
And turning to page 5 of exhibit number 5, about a third of the way down, there's a section heading Use of the Body-Worn Camera, Open Parent BWC, Closed Parent. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what officers were ordered to do with respect to their body-worn cameras?
So officers assigned a body-worn camera, they were expected and required to wear it on the front of the uniform in a manner that provides a view from the officer's perspective. So when on duty, the officer was required to wear the body-worn camera on his or her uniform. Below that also has when the body-worn camera should be activated and it gives examples, including but not strictly limited to traffic stops, suspicious vehicles or persons, arrests, or voluntary encounters of an investigative nature. So it's the framework for when an officer should record utilizing their body-worn camera when conducting police investigations or, really police-related activity.
I'd like you to turn your attention now to exhibit number 6 and tell us what that document is.
This document is our DOI 1100-01 Executive Policies.
And what is the purpose of this document?
So the purpose of this document was to be a directive to set forth RPD's mission, values, and guiding principles, and the code of ethics by which all personnel are expected to abide by.
And on page 2 of exhibit 6, can you tell us what the policy states with respect to the values of the Raleigh Police Department?
We have a number of values that we prescribe to, one being service, courage, fairness, integrity, and compassion. Those are essentially our core values.
What does the policy state with regard to integrity?
So all employees should strive to be forthright and honest in all affairs and maintain the highest moral and ethical standards of character and conduct. We are accountable for our duties and actions, and we will freely give reasons for our actions and accept responsibility for them.
And turning to page 3, do you see the section heading that states developing trust?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what the policy states with regard to developing trust?
Well, developing trust is a lengthy yet invaluable process that must be given considerable attention. Trust is continuously being cultivated. It is affected by our leadership and management styles. Skepticism is addressed by providing clear, articulate, and accurate information and empowering our people to aid in effecting change.
And turning to page 4 of Exhibit 6, do you see the section that's headed Accountability to Civilian Authority?
Yes, sir.
And can you read for us the third paragraph under that section?
Accountability requires the highest level of public access to information that does not place our security or operations in jeopardy. The Raleigh Police Department will keep the public informed about its activities and will respond in a forthright manner to requests for information. Was that the?
Yes, sir. Were you involved at all in the decision to implement body-worn camera technology?
I was not. I was not involved in the decision-making for that policy.
In your view, did the adoption of body-worn camera technology have anything to do with this DOI?
Oh, absolutely. And I think we saw that all across the country. I think as we've all witnessed, I think police departments all across the country, all across the world, felt it necessary, and I think it was needed to create such a policy with the expectation that officers would wear body-worn cameras as part of our continued effort to really just, gain the trust and work as a partnership with the community, and that our actions would be, visible, and that we would be forthright in everything that we do. And this allowed not only the department but the public to see the actions and the behaviors of police officers, which is crucial to continuing to build and maintain that trust.
Was the Raleigh Police Department required by any law, statute, or court order to adopt body-worn camera technology?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
I'd like to turn your attention now to exhibit number 4. And if you can tell us what this document is.
This would be policy 11044, compliance with laws, regulations, and orders.
And what is the purpose of this DOI?
So the purpose is to detail regulations requiring requiring compliance with all laws, regulations, and the chain of command.
And what does this DOI state with regard to the values reflected by this policy?
Well, the main values for this policy would be our service and integrity. Police officers are trusted with powers beyond those of the general public, and we must be vigilant to ensure that we continually earn the trust of our office by adhering to all laws, regulations, and orders. It is through this behavior that we demonstrate adherence to the highest moral and ethical standards and thus provide the highest quality service possible.
And if you'll turn to page 2 of exhibit number 4, what is the general directive that is contained in this DOI?
Well, the general directive is, one, that we have to abide by all law, and that includes laws and ordinances. So first and foremost, any member of our police department violating any law or ordinance would be subject to disciplinary action, possibly including dismissal.
And is there any other general thrust of this DOI?
Absolutely. We also have to abide by the chain of command and comply with all lawful orders of supervisors. So when given an order by your supervisor, this policy essentially says that you need to abide by that order as long as it is lawful and given to you by a supervisor.
And would the DOIs themselves be orders?
They are orders, yes, sir.
And if you'll turn to exhibit number 2, you indicated earlier that Mr. Rollins' conduct or actions on the date in question comprised a use of force. Can you tell us what exhibit number 2 is?
Exhibit 2 is 11081, which would be the policy of use of force and weapons. And the purpose is to provide guidelines governing the use of force in issued weapons of the department.
And turning to page 11, can you tell us about the use of force reporting process?
Yes, sir. So generally, a use of force or complaint of injury report should be completed whenever there is a greater than normal amount of force requiring in subduing a subject. And really to explain that, we don't expect officers to complete a use of force just for the mere application of handcuffs during the normal course of an arrest. That technically is a use of force. Certainly, the use of handcuffs limits the freedom of a person who is subject to an arrest. But this expectation is other than the normal use of handcuffs or the normal amount of force required in essentially subduing a subject. Again, if an officer removes somebody from a vehicle, we may escort them by grabbing their arm and removing them. And so really this is a guideline telling the officers, aside from the examples that I'm providing this morning, generally speaking, a use of force, a complaint of injury report should be completed, but not limited to the following occurrences. Whenever an officer discharges a firearm or points his or her weapon at a subject. Officers who unholster their firearm and maintain it in a low-ready position at their side in a non-threatening manner are not required to complete a use of force. And so that would be, again, if an officer unholsters their weapon but essentially points it at the ground, and we may do that during a building search or if your burglar alarm goes off at your house. We may clear your house with our gun unholstered, pointed at in the low ready position. We also may give an order to somebody and be in that same position, but if the officer does not point the weapon at the person, then most likely a use of force would not be required to be completed unless there was a separate or secondary level of force.
Was Officer Rollins' pointing of his weapon at the subject in the vehicle the use of force in this incident?
It was, sir.
And are the use of force reports intended to be used to help prosecute subjects? In other words, why does the Raleigh Police Department require officers to complete use of force reports?
Yeah, so it's not so much for the prosecution of, excuse me, the arrestee or the defendant in court, but it's more for the it's really it's the ability of the Raleigh Police Department to ensure that all uses of force are documented, and that is important for us to obviously track not only the totality of force that's used throughout a given year, but each officer has a use of force profile in their personnel file that would be from the time that they start until the time they retire, so that we can track the amount of force that's used by an officer, the frequency of force, and that allows us to make some judgments based on if we see what we believe to be maybe force being used too frequently, or a level of force that seems to be a little bit incongruent, and it may be that an officer is using too much or too little force. So the use of force reporting not only documents the particular incident, but it allows us to essentially dig into data by the collective use of force material and make decisions which could impact policy, could impact training. It helps us to understand levels of force, any trends that we see, and so it's really an important piece of investigation that we use to again not only document the particular incident, but really to have a better understanding of the overall use of force that is used by the officers, and really it helps guide our decisions.
In the second paragraph of exhibit number 2, it states, use of force complaint of injury reports are not public records and are considered part of an employee's personnel file in accordance with NCGS section 168-168. They are used to document and evaluate employee performance. These reports will be evaluated to determine whether administrative or criminal investigations are warranted, whether there is adherence to policies and procedures, and or whether there are needs for amended or remedial training. Can you tell us about the evaluation process? In other words, what happens to a use of force report after an officer submits it?
So once a use of force occurs that would determine the necessity of a use of force report being completed, the officer involved in the force or officers involved in the use of force, just depending on the situation. With respect to this one, it was one officer. They would be expected to submit a report containing the reason of the force, the reason for the force being used, the level of force being used. Also included in the use of force reporting would be a photograph of the officer, a photograph of the defendant or arrestee, and that would include to try to document any injuries to any of the parties involved. The use of force report would also include a statement of witness officers if an officer didn't necessarily use force themselves but witnessed the force. That would also be included and completed during the time of submitting the use of force report. And so once the officer submits the use of force report containing all of the information, and there's a lot of material that's in there. There's a diagram, and we try to pinpoint the areas on the body in which the force was utilized. Again, the type of weapon, the level of force that we use, whether that's a firearm or restraining technique, striking technique. And so all of that is contained within the use of force reporting system, which is known as Blue Team for the Raleigh Police Department. It's done on the computer. It's in electronic form. It is submitted to the officer's first level of supervisor. And so if it's an officer, that would be a sergeant. If a sergeant uses force, it would be a lieutenant, and so on. And so that use of force is reviewed by the entire chain of command. And so essentially, for example, if the deputy chief used force, the use of force would be completed and it would be reviewed by the chief. Most oftentimes it's an officer, and so the use of force is reviewed by the sergeant, lieutenant, captain, the major of the division. So if it's a patrol officer, that would be the major of field operations. If it's a detective, it would be the major of the detective division. And then ultimately, it is also sent over to the major of professional standards. And so built into this are multiple layers of approval. And ultimately, they go to the Office of Professional Standards, and the major of that of professional standards ensures that the use of force reporting was done correctly, and that all the different layers of approval, met DOI standards, and that everything, looked, that the use of force was approved correctly.
And just to be clear, Officer Rollins' use of force itself was not at issue in this investigation, correct?
Correct. Yes, I had no issue with the level of force or the actions of Officer Rollins with respect to the force.
Instead, it was the reporting thereof.
Correct.
In relation to the body-worn camera usage.
Correct.
You indicated earlier that you reviewed the entire investigative file that was prepared by the Internal Affairs Unit. Did you evaluate the quality of the investigation that was performed?
The quality of the investigation as submitted by Lieutenant Finet?
Yes, sir.
Oh, certainly. I think there were times where I've reviewed an investigation and I felt that maybe an additional interview was needed. There might be a piece of information that I felt was missing, or just something that I felt needed follow-up, and so it would be assigned back out to an investigator, to complete that additional material. But I think the quality of this overall investigation was suitable, and it was, I think it contained the necessary information for me to make, a clear determination.
Would you have prepared the findings and recommendations in Exhibit 39 if you did not believe that the investigation was sufficiently thorough and of sufficient quality to enable you to make a decision?
No, again, I would have, submitted a request to have additional information added to the investigation, but that was not the case with this investigation. It contained the material that I felt like I needed to make a determination.
Does evaluating the quality of investigators and investigations that are conducted within the Internal Affairs Unit does that duty fall within the responsibilities of the professional standards major?
So overall, yes. However, like I described a use of force report, when an investigation is completed by internal affairs staff, internal affairs is comprised of sergeants, lieutenants, a captain, and then the major. The investigation is submitted to the chain of command, much like I've described with the use of force. And so by the time it gets to the major, the captain of internal affairs, who is really referred to and is directed to be the commander of the unit, would also have read through the entire book. Now, the captain it is not their responsibility to make any kind of determination. And so when the captain submits the material or the investigation to the major, along with that does not include any facts and findings and recommendations. That is up to the major or professional standards to complete that. But the captain ensures that the investigation was handled correctly. And you know, as I mentioned before, those are really rare occurrences where the major of professional standards would ask for additional material to be presented after the case is reviewed by the lieutenant and captain. Most oftentimes, they're going to catch if additional information, you know, had been needed or was sufficient to, you know, essentially provide enough information for the major to render a decision. But ultimately, the major is responsible for, I think, the quality of the investigation, and if not satisfied, certainly would have the purview and the ability to send it back if he or she felt like it didn't meet that standard.
Prior to being assigned to be the major in charge of professional standards, had you had any other postings within professional standards?
I did. I was a sergeant in internal affairs at one point, and I was also the captain or the commander of internal affairs as well.
As the captain of the internal affairs unit, would it have been your responsibility to more directly evaluate the thoroughness and quality of investigations?
Yes, absolutely.
So that is a role that you had performed personally as well.
It was. Yes, sir.
Did you evaluate the fairness of the investigation?
The fairness of the investigation.
In other words, were you, is it part of the duties of the major over professional standards to ensure that investigations are conducted fairly without any sort of personal animus or anything like that that an investigator may hold against the person they're investigating?
And again, yes, I think that would be part of the review. I think that would probably fall a little bit more in line with my description of what the captain's role would be. And so, for example, if an officer is complained on, but they're best friends with two of the sergeants in internal affairs, you know, the captain should assign that to a lieutenant, or that's where sometimes we may pull over one of the sergeants or people assigned to inspections who we also entrust to perform and complete investigations in times where either internal affairs are occupied with doing something else. Could be like an officer-involved shooting, or just the caseload has grown to a level where we need assistance from inspections. But yes, that is part of the review. But again, in considering and looking back at my various roles within internal affairs, it's not uncommon for, you know, the sergeant of internal affairs to go to their supervisor and say, you know, this complaint that just came in, this is my first cousin, or, you know, what have you. And I think I would probably want to recuse myself from that investigation. And then the captain would make, you know, assessment of that and assign somebody. Because, of course, we absolutely expect objectivity and to really just conduct the investigation through the eyes of fact-finding. Again, the sergeant, lieutenant, and captain, they are not put in a position where we're expecting any kind of judgment or decision-making as a result of the information that they gather. They're really just fact-finders, fact-seekers, and collectors of this information that will then be reviewed ultimately by the Office of Professional Standards major. But again, the captain is really trying to pay attention to, I think, what you're getting at, sir, is there something in the investigation that just seemed like it you know, would cause concern as far as the types of questions being asked, or did it seem like the investigator had any kind of bias, or it was evident that you know, just it didn't remain as objective and just fact-finding as we expect it to. So all of that would be considered, But ultimately, once it comes to the Office of Professional Standards at the major level, yes, I would be looking for that to some degree, but really my expectation at that point is by the time it hits my desk, we've gotten through that, and I'm able to just really focus on the material objectively, which then allows me to help render the decision.
Did you have any concerns by the time you drafted your findings and recommendations regarding the thoroughness, accuracy, or fairness of the investigation?
Not the accuracy or the integrity. I did request one piece of information to be reviewed and to be added to the case. Yes, sir.
What was that?
So there was the original document that was essentially submitted to the sergeant of Officer Rollins at the time of the use of force reporting was contained within the book, the investigation. And that was the document that we've all heard about that had been blackened through with a black Sharpie or black magic marker. And I felt that it was important for us to try to uncover what was written in that document. And so I asked for additional work to be done in order to try to uncover the actual writing on that document. And so I asked the captain to assign it to two separate inspections personnel. And essentially the approach was that they would not be doing this together, they would be doing it independently, and so that they would each have a copy of the document and then essentially using like a magnifying glass, or it was actually, I think, a jeweler's magnifying lens to look at it independently and then translate what they saw through the blackened subject and then submit back what that document said if they could do so. And then I felt at that point the two documents would be compared for accuracy, and so that a better determination could be as to what was actually written and what caused concern of the sergeant and lieutenant in the first place, which is why this landed in Internal Affairs.
And is that the document that is Exhibit 20 of the White Notebook?
Well, what I see in 20 is that it's referring to the document.
I'm sorry. Well,
yeah.
And that was my question. Is Exhibit 20 the outcome of that inquiry that you made?
Yes, sir.
And Exhibit 7, would that be the original document that you were trying to uncover the redactions from?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So by the time you signed off on your findings and recommendations, had you concluded that the investigation was sufficiently thorough, accurate, and fair for you to make an accurate conclusion?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you believe that the investigation complied with city policy?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Based on the IA investigation, and when I refer to the IA investigation, I'm referring to I-2019-009. Based on the IA investigation, what did you conclude regarding whether Mr. Rollins should have activated his body-worn camera?
Yes, he should have, once he identified that there in fact was a subject in the vehicle. Again, I think his decision to use force and the level of force was completely appropriate based on those facts and circumstances. But as you've previously heard from 110918, our body-worn camera policy, officers are expected to make every effort to activate that body-worn camera at a time where force is being utilized.
Did you believe that Officer Rollins had time to activate his body-worn camera during that encounter?
I did, yes, sir.
Based on-
Not immediately upon seeing the subject, but I think there was a sufficient amount of time, in my opinion, to activate the body-worn camera during the incident. We may have missed a second or two, but I do believe that the officer had a sufficient amount of time to activate the body-worn camera during the encounter with the defendant.
Based on the IA investigation, what did you conclude regarding whether Mr. Rollins was or was not wearing his body-worn camera on March 2nd, 2019?
I concluded that he was not wearing his body-worn camera.
Based on the IA investigation, what did you conclude regarding whether Mr. Rollins had the ability to activate his body-worn camera if he had been wearing it?
If he had been wearing it, my conclusion was that, yes, he had the opportunity to activate his body-worn camera. However, not having it on, he didn't allow himself the opportunity to activate the body-worn camera since it was not on his person and in the docking station in the vehicle.
In reaching that conclusion, did you take into account the fact that the subject inside the vehicle was attempting to hide and made no attempt to flee?
Yes, I think that factored again. I felt like the use of force and the suddenness of it all. I mean, you know, I have to factor that in. I mean, having been an officer myself and understanding the fluidity and just the rapidly evolving decisions that we have to make. Again, I wouldn't have expected after an officer had told him that the vehicle was unoccupied for him to activate the body-worn camera upon approach. There wouldn't necessarily be a reason excuse me, to activate the body-worn camera if we're just at that point believing that we're recovering a stolen auto. I mean, I think if we walked up and we saw blood or we saw what appeared to be extraordinary or you know, an unordinary aspect of evidence or something like that, certainly the officer has the discretion to activate the body-worn camera if something outside the line, so to speak, occurs. But I wouldn't have expected, and I don't think policy would expect, that Officer Rollins should have activated his body-worn camera before or as he was approaching the vehicle.
Did your decision take into account Officer Rollins' report that he was able to reach a location of cover?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
Well, I think when we're involved in a use of force scenario, especially with respect to something as sudden as this, and really without knowing exactly what you're confronting, oftentimes we want to try to find a place of cover or concealment, and so that required him to move, and that's where I made my assessment, or my decision or my opinion was that in moving and getting and having the ability to get behind cover, which then became more of giving the officer the opportunity of a little bit of distance, number one, but also the ability now to issue verbal commands to the subject. I felt like just tapping the body-worn camera button to turn it on, yes, that there was a sufficient amount of time to do so.
Did your conclusion regarding whether Mr. Rollins had the ability to activate his body-worn camera take into account the fact that he was able to radio in during the encounter?
Certainly, yes. I think that's part of it. Again, I mean, I think each situation is different, but I think at that point when Officer Rollins was behind cover and felt that it was safe enough, and I use safe, I mean, again, we talk on the radio at times where it's not always necessarily safe, and so when I say that, I mean, sometimes an officer is just, they need help, and so even in a time of crisis or absolute time of where there is no safety to the officer or the public, we'll get on the radio and ask for help. But I think specific to this situation, I think once Officer Rollins was behind cover and had composed himself a little bit more based on what he was encountering and was able to talk on the radio, again, I think there was also sufficient time to activate the BWC.
Did the fact that Officer Rollins was able to handcuff the subject before any other officers arrived impact your decision?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of that?
Did the fact that Officer Rollins was able to handcuff the subject before any other officers arrived impact your decision?
I would say slightly yes. Again, I mean, I think at that point, Officer Rollins felt that that the suspect was contained enough for him to approach and begin the handcuffing procedure. And so again, that would also, I think, convey that there was time to activate the body-worn camera. So that was more toward the tail end of the incident. But yes, I mean that over the course of time between first recognizing that the subject was in the vehicle to the handcuffing portion of the use of force, I think in that span of time, yes, there was a sufficient amount of time to activate the camera. How much of that incident would have been recorded? Not really sure, just depending on the reaction time of the officer. But I think at least part of the incident should have been recorded based on all of the facts and material that we've all heard and what I used to determine my findings.
Based on the IA investigation, what did you conclude regarding whether Mr. Rollins had been evasive and or untruthful about his failure to record the arrest on March 2nd, 2019?
I felt he was untruthful. I just want to clarify something. It wasn't that he didn't report the arrest. It was the manner in which it was reported.
I'm sorry. Let me confine my question to your conclusion regarding whether Mr. Rollins had been evasive or untruthful about his failure to record the arrest on body-worn camera. I guess we can start with his use of force report. Did you reach any conclusions about Officer Rollins' evasiveness or untruthfulness in his use of force report?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude?
I concluded that based on the totality of what was contained in the investigation, specifically to what we discussed in number 20, with that being the additional investigative work that I asked to be conducted in reviewing the document, I felt that Officer Rollins was untruthful in the material that was initially submitted to the sergeant, which then raised the concern of his chain of command, which led them to contact the Officer of Internal Affairs to essentially have them take the investigation over at that point because of the question of integrity or truthfulness to what had occurred.
And did you feel that Officer Rollins was evasive or untruthful in the memo that he provided to then Sergeant Notch?
Yes, sir.
Did you believe that Mr. Rollins had been evasive or untruthful in his interview during the Internal Affairs investigation?
So my opinion on the interview, I thought that, yes, I thought it was absolutely evasive. I thought that it was far too long of a document for the incident in which I was reviewing. I was very surprised that the officer was able to be as evasive as he was during that interview. It just appeared to me that the officer did not want to answer the question directly and was using every evasive technique and, for lack of a better term, just it just seemed like a smoke show to me.
And
that I couldn't see through, or so that whoever was reviewing the material wouldn't be able to see through clearly. It was just a lot of noise and evasiveness.
did the IA investigation, or was the IA investigation able to conclusively determine where the body-worn camera was at the time of Mr. Rollins' encounter with the individual in the car?
Yes, sir, we were.
And how was that accomplished?
So I think, first and foremost, we were able to determine that the BWC was on the docking station because of the company essentially allows us to track the whereabouts of the BWC with respect to when it's on a charging station. And so we were able to have our internal officer who is assigned to kind of work in conjunction with the body-worn camera provider to reach out and to ensure that it was showing docked in the charging station inside the vehicle during the incident in which we are all here today for.
Based on the IA investigation, what did you conclude regarding whether Mr. Rollins knew that he was not wearing his body-worn camera at the time of his encounter with the subject in the car?
I concluded that he knew. There were two officers that showed up on the scene after the subject had been taken into custody, and the investigation showed that Officer Rollins admitted to them, or had told two officers, I believe it was Ferguson and Willauer, that he was concerned about getting disciplined because he knew his body-worn camera was in the car at the time on the charging station, on the docking station.
Based on the IA investigation and your review of it, did you conclude that Mr. Rollins violated the departmental operating instructions that he was alleged to have violated in the investigation charge?
Yes, I did.
And those were the DOIs you explained to us that are listed at the beginning of your findings and recommendations. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
Can I turn your attention now to exhibit number 1?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what that document is?
Document number 1 is the standard procedure issued by the City of Raleigh, numbered 300-14, and the subject is disciplinary inaction, suspension, and dismissal.
Based on the IA investigation and your review thereof, did you believe that Mr. Rollins had violated 300-14?
Yes, sir.
What was the most serious violation in your mind?
The most serious violation, which is really the sole reason that I recommended termination or dismissal, was the untruthfulness aspect to this and integrity. It was not necessarily the failure to use the body-worn camera, but it was the false reporting of why he didn't have it on, and all of the other untruthful aspects of untruthfulness, which led me to my decision. It clearly came down to that for me. A level of integrity and truthfulness is what led my determination, and not so much the 110918 body-worn camera violation itself.
Based on these violations, did you believe that Mr. Rollins was subject to disciplinary action?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 37. Can you tell us what this document, what exhibit number 37 is?
So number 37 is what we use in internal affairs that's referred to as a concise officer history of discipline. And this is essentially, it details the date and time of any potential citizen or internal complaints, but then also any discipline related to city or departmental policy violations.
Is this something you consider in determining the degree of disciplinary action to be taken when a violation occurs?
Yes, it is, sir. Absolutely.
I'm sorry, let me back up. During the first day of the hearing, we heard from Mr. Rollins himself that in his time as an officer, there were many positive aspects of his work history. Did you consider the positive aspects of Mr. Rollins' work history in determining the extent of discipline to be imposed?
Yes and no on that. So let me dissect that out a little bit. So I think in terms of Officer Rollins was a good officer at various times throughout his career. He did a lot of good work. It doesn't matter if you're the best officer in the police department, though. If the investigation shows a level of untruthfulness and integrity, I don't care if you're the worst officer or the best officer, you have to be held to the same standard. So with respect to the level of truthfulness that I was considering, his work product did not matter to me. I think with respect to the policies more specific to the body-worn camera and the fail to use it and having, whether it was docked or on his person, I think that's where I, as the Major of Internal Affairs, would consider the officer's overall work product, how many times a previous violation of such a nature occurred, and that's where we really talk about progressive discipline. I mean, are we in a situation here where an officer could be verbally warned or verbally counseled? Is it a situation where the officer may need a level of retraining or reframing? And so I think that's where a combination of the officer's behavior over a period of time or over the time that they are employed with the police department, I think that's certainly that would be considered. But again, when it comes to telling the truth, it doesn't matter what your work product is showing. Quite frankly, you may have saved a busload of children going to school the day before, but the next day, if you lie to your supervisors and lie about what you're doing, that's what I have to consider and consider only. It's not what you did on Tuesday, it's what you did on Wednesday.
Were you present during the first day of this hearing?
Yes, I've been present the whole time.
And did you hear the testimony of then Lieutenant, now Captain Harrison, with regard to prior accountability and or integrity issues that Mr. Rollins had?
I did, yes.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 42. Do you recall, just going to call him Captain Harrison, though he was a lieutenant at the time. Do you recall Captain Harrison discussing this counseling record having to do with Mr. Rollins having used an unauthorized RPD vehicle at an off-duty job?
I am familiar with this, yes. Yes, sir.
And turning now to exhibit 43, do you recall Officer or Captain Harrison discussing that Mr. Rollins had claimed that he had no time to go home and get his personal vehicle before going to an off-duty job, but that during Mr. Rollins' appeal of that counseling record, it was determined from the automatic vehicle locator data that, in fact, he had actually had time to go home and switch out vehicles.
Yes, I'm familiar with this, yes.
And is this the type of accountability issue that is concerning to the Raleigh Police Department?
Yes, sir, it was. And, this was an incident that was not investigated by the Office of Internal Affairs. Obviously, because of the number of employees we have and the different levels of activity that takes place and the different types of complaints and incidents, we don't always take everything and investigate it within the Office of Professional Standards. We obviously allow the chain of command and the supervisors to conduct their own independent investigations or look into matters and essentially make a determination based on what they determine as well. But this was conveyed to us, and obviously as the major, and I'm not sure if I was the captain at this point in 2018, but we would be aware of this at some point, because all discipline that is issued to an officer, even if it's issued by somebody within their respective division, it obviously does reach internal affairs at some point, because we're essentially the collectors and maintain all of that in the officer's personnel files. So I did become aware of this at some point, but again, the Officer of Internal Affairs did not investigate this, but I was aware that there was a concern by his chain of command relative to this, that they felt very uneasy, and I don't want to quote, it's actually now Major Harrison, but I was here for his testimony that day, and I think you recall him saying that this made him uneasy. This made him feel like there was probably a level of untruthfulness, but I think just overall, I think he felt just, what the AVL showed with, I think, being there 30 minutes ahead of time. I mean, there was probably enough ambiguity to where Harrison, and again, not trying to put words in his mouth, but I think he even said it himself. He was uneasy with this, but probably didn't feel like it was quite to the level of being able to say the officer was completely untruthful. But I think this definitely raised a red flag with respect to what is important to us, what is important to us in terms of integrity and being truthful. And I think this is where we started to see a little bit of fuzz or blur in the line.
Do you recall Major Harrison talking about exhibit number 45, which was a counseling record issued in part due to Mr. Rollins' failure to utilize communications and to activate as directed by DOI during a traffic stop, and it appears also to activate his wireless microphone?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this incident as well. Again, this was not something that was investigated by Internal Affairs. This was handled by his chain of command within field operations. Eventually, this counseling record obviously does get submitted to our Office of Professional Standards at the point of it being administered to the officer, and certainly his chain of command was versed and was aware of this as well. So.
Did the conduct described in this counseling record reflect a potential issue regarding accountability?
Yes, accountability, yes.
Turning now to page 46, do you recall Major Harrison discussing this disciplinary action form, which was issued early on in Officer Rollins' career, regarding his taking a suspect to the ground and then failing to file a use of force report?
I am familiar with this. I was not in Internal Affairs at the time. I didn't become aware of this until my time as the major or captain in Professional Standards, seeing that this happened back in 2011, but I am familiar with this incident, yes, sir.
Would failing to file a use of force report after taking a subject to the ground constitute a potential accountability issue?
Yes, sir. As described earlier, really any force involving having to forcibly take somebody to the ground, we would be expected and required to submit and report that use of force incident.
Did you take these previous accountability did you take these potential integrity and/or accountability issues into account when determining the level of discipline that was appropriate in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to turn your attention now to exhibit number 40. Do you recall Major Harrison testifying regarding this prior warning that had been issued to Mr. Rollins regarding his failure to activate his body-worn camera the previous October?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this as well.
And if you'll turn your attention to exhibit number 44, do you recall Major Harrison discussing this, I guess, blue team notation regarding Mr. Rollins' failure to wear his body-worn camera while approaching a reported stolen vehicle?
Yes, sir. I'm familiar with this as well.
And this occurred 1 week prior to the incident at issue in this matter, correct?
Correct.
And this was a document that was filed by Mr. Rollins' superior at the time, Sergeant Notch.
Correct.
And what did Sergeant Notch make a note of?
Are we still on number 44?
Yes, sir.
So essentially, our Sergeant Notch indicated that Officer Rollins has been issued a BWC but did not have the camera on him at the time of the incident. He was reminded of the importance of wearing a camera at all times for instances such as this altercation.
I'd like to ask you a little bit about integrity and accountability in terms of the job duties of a patrol officer. Can you, if you would, turn your attention to Exhibit 51, please?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what this document is?
This is a job description specific to district patrol officer, which is more just also commonly known as a field operations officer. And this essentially defines and gives and provides the essential job functions for a district patrol officer.
And are there any essential job functions that specifically are impacted by integrity?
All of them.
I'd like to turn your attention specifically to testifies in court concerning arrests and investigations. Do you see that about a little over halfway down of the list of essential job functions on page 1?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us to what extent integrity impacts a patrol officer's ability to testify in court concerning arrests and investigations?
Certainly. Well, so of course, I mean, in conducting whatever we do in the field, which probably ultimately leads to the arrest of somebody, the officer is then expected to go and testify in court. So obviously, the integrity starts at the inception of when the officer deals with whoever he or she, arrests at the time. And so we have to be concerned with the integrity of the actions taken by the officer during the incident. But then the court becomes concerned when an officer has shown the history or the propensity to not be truthful. There is what we refer to as Brady Giglio. And so in the officer professional standards, when officers are about to testify in court, we get a list of officers submitted to us by the court. We have to go through their discipline history to see if there is any potential impeachable or concerning material in their discipline file, which would then make it the potential that Brady Giglio would be impacted.
Well, since you've mentioned Brady Giglio, can I turn your attention to exhibit number 49, please? Can you tell us what this document is?
This is the procedure for disclosure of law enforcement Brady Giglio material. In essence, what this is telling us is that we have the responsibility as law enforcement agencies to be responsible for searching the personnel and internal affairs files for all law enforcement witnesses and informing them whether there exists any information that may be concerning. Ultimately, the decision whether or not Brady Giglio, I guess, would be regarded by the court is ultimately up to the decision of potentially a judge or the district attorney's office. We are merely expected to report any potential of that that being an issue for each and every office. So again, we get a list of officers every week, almost daily, and it is the captain of internal affairs who is responsible for parsing out that and looking through each and every officer's personnel file. And so we basically look and use part of what we saw earlier, the concise disciplinary and history. It's very tedious, and I mean, so if my name comes across, Todd Jordan, and the captain has to look at my personnel file, they are expected to look through the different levels of discipline that I've received over the years, and then they have to dig in deeper and see if I was disciplined for a certain DOI violation or law violation. How serious was it, and did there seem to be that I was not telling the truth, or I was being dishonest, or was there an integrity issue? And then that would be reported or alerted to, the alert would go over to the district attorney's office that there is the potential of impeachable or concerning information in Officer Jordan's file for your review. And then at that point, it would be their responsibility to come in and look at that material to see whether or not they think Brady Giglio is applicable in that example.
Can I turn your attention to exhibit number 50 and have you identify it for us?
Yes, sir. This is what is often sent over by the district attorney's office. At the time, it was Major Rigsby. This was dated 2015. It references the state versus it's blackened out, but you know, whatever case was being referenced at the time, which was getting ready to come up in Superior Court. And this is essentially advising the major, I am the assigned prosecutor in the above listed case and am currently preparing it. Pursuant to case law and policy agreed to by your agency, I am requesting whether or not your agency has any impeaching information on the following law enforcement witnesses. The section that is blacked out there would be the officers listed by name. Please review your personnel internal affairs files and let me know in writing if any impeaching information exists. Please respond to this request within 5 business days. This request specifically seeks any information which could be considered a Brady or Giglio material issue. As a general rule of thumb, information pertaining to misconduct qualifies as this type of information or material, specifically if it pertains to credibility or truthfulness. Do not attempt to make a legal opinion. If you have any doubts about the information, let us know and we will bring it to the court's attention. Signed by the assistant district attorney who sent that letter over.
Now, this is not necessarily a letter that pertains to Mr. Rollins, correct?
No, sir, this is not.
But this is would this be an example of the type of letters that you were describing that come from the district attorney's office?
Yes, sir,
before
we
matters go to-
routinely get these from the district attorney's office.
And would the violations that were found following the I-2019-009 investigation be considered Brady Giglio material that would have to be disclosed to a district attorney?
Oh, I believe so. I mean, it, you know, as contained right within this letter directed to us by the district attorney is specifically pertaining to credibility or truthfulness. So I would say that based on my determination, we would be required to report a potential issue with Officer Rollins from the point of that incident occurring forward. And we would have to report out each and every time, let's just say hypothetically the officer remained with us, we would have to report out each and every time. So they may see an officer's name come across their desk 45 times with the same exact reference to a particular case. Again, it's ultimately not our determination whether or not Brady or Giglio will apply, but we would certainly be required to report that out to them based on the facts that are related to this type of case. Yes, sir.
Based on your experience, does an officer who has a reportable credibility or truthfulness problem lose their ability to make arrests?
Potentially, yes. I mean, I think I can't think of it of a specific example offhand. So it would be odd that we would have somebody in the Raleigh Police Department who couldn't testify in court because of a truthfulness issue, but yet we're allowing them to stay out in the field and make continued arrests. So that's very incongruent. So is it possible that no, I don't think it is. I just can't think of an example that I'm aware of in which we have an officer making arrests, but that the court has determined is essentially useless in terms of testifying in court.
So in your experience, does an officer who has a reportable Brady Giglio issue related to integrity or truthfulness impair the prosecution's ability to obtain convictions?
It would, yes.
Mr. Choi, are you at a good stopping place for about a 10-minute break?
Absolutely.
Let's go off the record for about 10 minutes. back on the record. If you want to continue your examination, Mr. Choi.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mr. Jordan, about how long did it take you to make a decision on this matter after receiving the internal affairs investigation file materials?
I don't know that I recall the specific timeline. I do know it took me a little bit of time to get through all of the material. It was a very thick book. It was a lot to read through. So I'm sure that it took me several days, if not a week or so, to read the actual investigation. However, I think I was able to reach my decision fairly quickly after reading all of the information and just compiling all of the material. It wasn't something that I had to really deliberate and wonder what I should do. I mean, it seems pretty evident, based on the material and what was presented to me, that I really couldn't draw any conclusion but to require or to basically administer a dismissal or a termination.
Did you consider other disciplinary options?
I did. I think in terms of when I'm considering such a matter, I mean, obviously this is not easy to make a determination of termination or dismissal. I mean, I think we've heard what we heard throughout this entire process. I mean, Officer Rollins was a good officer at a lot of different points throughout his career. I can tell you it's never an easy decision to render a decision that is going to cost somebody their job. I don't take it lightly. I factored in everything. But at the end of the day, it just, we have to adhere to the highest level of standards to continue to be the department that we are, the reputation that we have, and in service to the community and the public. That's what they expect of us. And I think, in terms of recognizing that there is some untruthfulness to this level, I don't really think I had any other choice, as difficult as it was. I don't personally have anything against Officer Rollins. Like I said, I mean, I've dealt with him, not just in internal affairs over the years, and never had any ill will toward him, never had a negative interaction with him. It had nothing to do with that. My personal feelings are always, held aside with that respect. But just, I did want to make that comment. I mean, this wasn't anything where I thought, the department was out to get him, or it wasn't anything other than the facts and what the investigation, rendered before me, or presented before me. And so it was a difficult decision, but I felt like it was the only decision that really applied to this, to this matter.
Did you consider whether Mr. Rollins had an adequate understanding of his obligations under the DOIs?
Yes, and I think in terms of the body-worn camera-related issues, I mean, I think we've all seen that he had an issue with wearing it and or turning it on through various incidents. And I think if that's what we were sitting here considering today, was just the non-use or not wearing the camera that day, even though there had been previous incidents, and quite honestly, the progressive level of discipline wasn't really adhered to. He had been written up on a counseling form, but then later on given a verbal warning. That's not really progressive discipline. We probably could have been better at issuing discipline specific to the body-worn camera issues more consistently with policy along the way. It's not all that typical that we would issue somebody a counseling form, but then almost take a step back and issue a verbal counseling for the same type of issue further down the road.
If this had just been a body-worn camera violation, do do you think termination would have been appropriate?
No, I do not think termination would have been appropriate. I think I would have considered strong disciplinary inaction, potentially some time off, potentially some retraining. It would have been severe. I mean, I think considering everything we've heard and the propensity of Officer Rollins not complying with 110918 to the level that we would expect, I think I would have had to send a very clear and discerning message by the level of discipline administered. But again, even that would be based on the fact that there were previous incidents close to what happened that day, aside from the truthfulness aspect. Not having it on did not lead me to my decision. It was lying about it is what did.
Did you believe that Mr. Rollins had been given sufficient opportunities to improve his performance and/or conduct?
Yes, and I mean, again, clearly his chain of command had dealt with incidents along the way, and in a 12 to 18-month period, there were several incidents involving the use of body-worn camera and some judgment or compliance issues that had been dealt with. And so I'm sure there was each and every one of those incidents is an opportunity to reiterate the expectations again that we have of all of our employees, which is to comply with policy.
Did you consider whether the discipline that you recommended be imposed upon Mr. Rollins was consistent with the discipline imposed upon other police officers in similar circumstances for similar violations?
Raleigh police officers have absolutely been terminated in times past when being untruthful and lying to their chain of command. Yes, yes, sir.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 55.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what this is?
So this is the letter issued by the captain of professional standards at the time, and essentially what it does is it documents the date and time of the complainant, the allegation. It's addressed to Officer Rollins in this particular case from Internal Affairs, the complaint number, and it essentially gives the officer the information that they need in case they would like to appeal that process per City Operational Procedure 318.
Would you identify exhibit number 65, please?
Yes, sir. This was a letter addressed to Officer Rollins from me, and the subject is notice of pre-termination hearing. And essentially what this is when I make a determination for termination, this is sent to the employee, and it gives them an opportunity really to submit any information that they believe should be considered before a final decision in that matter is rendered.
And who conducted the pre-termination hearing?
I did.
And during that time, was Mr. Rollins given an opportunity to present you with evidence and or witnesses that might change your opinion?
Yes, again, that occurred on August 27th, 2019 at 10 o'clock in my office.
And if I can turn your attention to exhibit number 66. Can you tell us what this document is?
Officer Rollins presented this to me. Essentially, these are numbered points that he wanted me to consider reflective to his career and and some commendation letters and basically a snapshot, so to speak, of a lot of the good work and what he felt should be considered relative to his time as a Raleigh police officer.
And if I can turn your attention to exhibit number 52.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify this document?
This was the transcript for the pre-termination hearing. I actually see that it's dated September 4th, so I might have been an error before when I said, and I don't know if we changed the date from August to September, but this was the pre-termination hearing in which he was allowed opportunity to submit the information that was just discussed.
Was he allowed an opportunity to explain his counter arguments to the termination decision?
Yes, and you'll see in the transcription here that he goes into essentially, providing that argument or those points for me to consider.
Was the hearing conducted in accordance with city policy?
Yes, sir.
At the end of the day, did Mr. Rollins offer you any grounds upon which to reverse your decision?
No, sir.
And if you will identify for us exhibit number 54.
Yes, sir. This is the document that is issued to the employee, the subject matter being the determination, which was termination of employment. And this was the notification issued on September 6, 2019 of the policy violations, and that my determination would be separation and termination from the police department.
And as you explained earlier, there is an internal appeals process, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you identify exhibit number 56?
Is the, it looks like this was probably an email sent or a letter sent to Deputy Chief Counsel from Senior Officer Rollins indicating that he wanted this letter to serve as his notice of appeal following the hearing on September 6th with me at the time, Major Jordan, and it's signed by Rollins. So it's essentially a notification of appeal.
And did Deputy Chief Counsel conduct an appeal hearing with Mr. Rollins?
Yes, sir.
And if you can identify for us exhibits 57 and 58.
So 57 and 58, they look to be the recorded transcripts for the appeal discussion as conducted by Deputy Chief Counsel with Officer Rollins.
And you indicated earlier that following Mr. Rollins' dismissal, you were promoted to the position of Deputy Chief and assumed those responsibilities, correct?
Correct.
And have you had an opportunity to review the appeal transcripts at Exhibit 57, 58?
Yes, sir.
And were the, it looks like 2 appeal hearings conducted by Deputy Chief Counsel conducted in accordance with city policy?
Yes, I would say so. Yes, sir.
Can you identify for us exhibit number 59?
Yes, sir. This is the document that is in response to an appeal of termination or an appeal of discipline. It's issued from the standing deputy chief at the time with that responsibility, which would have been Robert Counsel at the time, addressed to Mr. Rollins, dated September 25th, 2019. And the message is that he reviewed his termination appeal that was provided to him on September 10th, giving consideration to all of the information And based on that comprehensive review of the internal affairs investigation, he upheld my decision to terminate employment.
And can you identify exhibits 60 and 61, please?
60 is a receipt issued by the Office of Professional Standards, Internal Affairs, signed by Officer Rollins, that he received a copy of his personnel file from the Office of Professional Standards.
And 61?
And 61 is essentially the same document acknowledging that he received the internal affairs case and transcripts from the Office of Professional Standards.
You have attended both days of this hearing. Have you listened to all of the testimony that was provided?
I have, sir, yes.
Have you heard anything during that testimony that would make you believe that you had made your determination incorrectly?
No, sir.
Do you still believe that Mr. Rollins violated City Standard Operating Procedure 300-14?
Yes, sir.
Do you still believe that Mr. Rollins' conduct merited disciplinary action?
Yes, sir.
Do you still believe that the Raleigh Police Department followed standard operating procedures regarding disciplinary action and grievance?
I do, yes, sir.
And do you still believe that termination was the appropriate level of discipline to impose in this case?
I do, yes, sir.
Madam Chairperson, ordinarily at this point I would ask some additional follow-up questions in order to establish admissibility of evidence. However, by agreement of the parties during day one of the hearing, all of these exhibits were there was no objection lodged to admission of all of these exhibits. So assuming that that understanding is correct, I was going to forego asking those questions.
Please.
Is that correct? Okay. The exhibits that you have referenced are admitted. Now, are you saying that all the exhibits in the notebook have been admitted by agreement?
Not
or-
yet.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry.
Not yet. I can specify the exhibit numbers for the record that were used during this examination.
Okay, if you would, please.
The exhibits that were testified to by Deputy Chief, now retired Todd Jordan, were exhibits number 39, 5, 6, 4, 2, 37, 42, 43, 41, 45, 46, 40, 44, 51, 49, 50, 48, 39, 55, 65, 66, 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, and 61.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Choi?
No, Madam Chairperson. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Collins?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you look at Exhibit 50?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you previously testified that this is a sort of letter that the DA's office would send to RPD requesting any impeaching information for Giglio purposes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just looking at the second sentence, it says pursuant to case law and a policy agreed to by your agency, I am requesting whether or not your agency has any impeaching information on the following law enforcement witnesses. So if the agency has any information about any potentially impeaching information, you would have a duty to disclose that to the DA's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree that the threshold for submitting any impeaching information to the DA's office is much lower than actually terminating an officer for being dishonest.
Correct.
Okay. And prior to this incident, which occurred in early March, I think it's March 2nd of 2019, you had not submitted any impeaching information regarding Officer Rollins. Is that correct?
I did not know. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if a letter with Officer Rollins was ever submitted by the captain, but I did not know.
Okay, and you have no evidence that such a letter was submitted?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. This incident occurred again on March 2nd, 2019. Officer Rollins continued to testify in court after this incident and until his termination, as long as he was under subpoena to testify. And yet there was no letter to the DA's office informing them of any impeaching information regarding Officer Rollins. Is that correct?
Well, that's correct.
Okay. And would there be concerns about an officer testifying in court if the agency had concerns about him being dishonest?
I think there would be concerns, but I also think we have to allow the due process of the investigation to render its completion. And so there are times where an officer might be placed on administrative duty or other reasons, but they're still expected to go and testify in court all the way up leading until the decision made by the Office of Professional Standards major.
Correct, but administrative duty could be for an array of potential issues, right?
Correct.
So administrative leave for an officer who there was impeaching information regarding, you would have concerns about that officer testifying in court, given you had those concerns, correct?
Yes, sir.
And under this letter from the DA's office, there was an agreement with the agency, and it would be incumbent upon the agency pursuant to law to provide any impeaching information to the DA's office, correct?
That's correct.
And that was not done in this case, to your knowledge, regarding Officer Rollins.
It wasn't done at the time, I think, that you're referring to because the determination had not been made until my rendering in, I think it was September. So until I was able to make a determination based on the totality of the investigation and all of the facts and circumstances, I don't know that it would have been fair to presume any level of untruthfulness until that rendering occurred. And so thereby, I don't know that we would have contacted the district attorney.
But you're making a determination based on all the information in the file, right? And there was impeaching information, according to you, in the file prior to you rendering that determination, correct?
With respect to Officer Rollins?
Yes.
Which information are you referring to?
Well, you made a determination to terminate Officer Rollins on the basis of what you perceived as impeaching information in the file. Would you not agree to that?
Correct.
Okay. And this letter from the DA's office is it's requesting if the agency has any impeaching information. It's not requesting whether the agency has made a final determination as to whether there should be some disciplinary action based on that information.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not even sure that a letter was actually sent to us by the DA's office asking for information particular to Officer Rollins during that span of time.
If Officer Rollins was testifying for potentially a 6-month period after this incident, you're saying that the agency would have no duty to disclose that absent a letter specifically sent regarding Officer Rollins' testimony?
So I think the duty of the agency at that point is to continue with the investigation and then render a conclusion, not knowing if it was actually to the level of untruthfulness before that. I don't know that, is it, I think if a letter had been sent to us by the DA's office, yes, there is the potential that we would say that there was something of concern, potentially not to its completion at that point, but I don't recall a letter even coming in from the DA's office asking that, so it's hard for me to answer that question.
Were you reviewing letters from the DA's office requesting impeaching information?
No. At that point, that would have been, again, the responsibility of the internal affairs captain, and I do not recall the captain coming to me with a letter being received from the DA's office with respect to Officer Rollins, but I'm not sure if one had or not.
How often are these letters submitted to the agency, to RPD?
Several times a week.
Okay, so anytime Officer Rollins would testify, there should be a letter from the DA's office requesting impeaching information, correct?
No, not necessarily. For Superior Court, yes. They don't send a letter out for all of the district court cases.
Okay.
So it just really depends on the level.
Okay. Going back to the incident itself, you said you had not expected Officer Rollins to have activated a body-worn camera when approaching the vehicle, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that was because you wouldn't expect an officer to anticipate that there would be someone in a vehicle that had been reported to him as being unoccupied, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then I think you said that you did believe that he would have had time after he had gotten cover to activate his BWC if he'd had it on him. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
But that is he would have had sufficient time, but you wouldn't know necessarily, or could you come to the conclusion that an officer, I mean, optimally, I'm sorry, let's strike that. Let me start over. Optimally, an officer who had gained cover and had radioed in would have sufficient time to activate his BWC, correct? Is that your?
I would say, generally speaking, yes. I think if an officer is in a position of cover at that point and was able to transmit over the radio, yes, I think that there was a sufficient amount of time to press the on button.
Okay. And whether an officer would or not would, optimally, they always would, but there would be some circumstances when it would be understandable if an officer, given the stress of the situation, might not activate his BWC or her BWC.
And we've had to factor that in. Officers have still been disciplined under very stressful circumstances, and we always have to, of course, we want to factor that in, the amount of stress and duress that the officers are under, the fluidity and how rapidly the circumstances are changing. However, our BWC policy is very clear, and the expectation is that if you're involved in the use of force, that you should make every effort and comply with that policy. I don't know if that answers your question,
Yeah.
but yes, optimally, we expect the officers to record all uses of force.
Okay. I want to, if you would look at exhibit number 7.
Yes, sir.
And so you testified about this document before, correct? Earlier, today you did.
Yes.
Okay. And you're not aware of any information or evidence that Sergeant Notch instructed Officer Rollins to return this document once he had submitted it to him?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah. When Officer Rollins was given this document by Sergeant Notch, prior to making all the notations on it that he did, you're not aware that Sergeant Notch instructed him to return the document after he had given it to him?
I don't recall that I don't think he instructed him to return the document to him, but I'm not, to the best of my recollection, I'm not sure if he actually told him to return it to him or not.
So, I mean, you understand why I'm asking this, because if he was given this document and he wasn't told he was going to return it, he can make all the notations he wanted and would not have any anticipation that that would have to be returned. It would be scrutinized later.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I mean, the fact that there were notations and markings on this document, have any impact on your decision to terminate Officer Rollins?
So it was odd that the document had the lines blackened through. I've never seen that before. I think you heard testimony from now Major Harris, and I don't know who else, but I know at least myself and others that have testified all shared that common, all shared the common opinion that this is just not something that I've seen throughout my career. I've not seen where officers have blackened through, you know, to essentially hide the text. I think we've all seen highlighted, maybe a line with a pencil or a pen. Some of the other stuff that appears on here, I think, is I think within the normal range of what I would see when a document is revised. Some text off to the right or on top of it, arrows and so forth. But striking all the way through sentences so that they essentially cannot be read, no, that's not something that was something that I was used to seeing.
Right, but those documents you were used to seeing were all documents that were expected to be submitted or put in an official record of some sort, correct? Or part of a file, right?
Yes, for the most part.
Well, what you say for the most part? What's not for the most part? What are those parts that are not?
Well, I mean, I think if my sergeant asked me to write a document accounting for my behavior on whatever it is, and if for some reason I decided to write it on a napkin and hand it in red ink, it's not necessarily an official RPD document, but whatever material that I put on that napkin in red ink to my sergeant should be the truth.
Well, wait a second.
It doesn't. You're not allowed to. There's an expectation that even if I were to hand something in on a napkin, which would be very out of the ordinary, I'm still expected to hand a truthful account of whatever I was asked to detail, regardless of the method of delivery that I chose, whether it be a napkin, an email, an official RPD document, or a text.
Okay, I don't want to belabor this, but you're saying if a sergeant asks you to submit a report about your activities, so there would be an expectation that you would be returning that document to the sergeant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With the exception of the hearing that you held, conducted, and Officer Rollins was present and testified, was that the only instance where you actually interviewed or discussed any person who would have pertinent knowledge with respect to this investigation? And when I say I'm not talking about other investigators, I'm talking about people who were involved with the incident, the sergeant, people who were at the scene, that sort of thing.
Oh, no, sir. My role as the Officer of Professional Standards Major, I didn't conduct any of the investigations or interviews. I just review all of the material.
Gotcha. And how long did that conference last, or that hearing last, where Officer Rollins was present and you were there?
I'm not entirely sure, sir. I mean, I usually schedule at least 1 hour for that meeting in times past. And again, not trying to be specific to this, but in general, generally speaking, those meetings will last sometimes around an hour. But I give additional time if needed, but generally speaking, around an hour.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that conference?
Well, it's by policy and procedure, number one, but it allows the officer to come in and to present whatever material that they think would be pertinent, or if by some chance they were able to develop additional information, excuse me, that was not contained in the investigation, that would be their time to let me know that, you know, hey, between the completion of this investigation and now, a new witness had been located, or a new piece of evidence, or a new video, or you know, what have you. So, you know, that would be the time where the officer would be able to submit those types of examples and then just, essentially whatever they want me to hear from them about the incident.
Gotcha. Lieutenant Finet, that may be the first time I've actually pronounced it correctly. He conducted most of the interviews in this investigation, correct? Okay. And did you see any issues with his investigation upon your review of all the file?
No, sir.
Okay. Take a look at Exhibit 38, if you would.
38?
Yeah. Okay, and what is this document?
We're looking at the internal investigation summary.
Okay. And is this a document you would have reviewed?
Yes, this is one of the documents, yes.
Okay, it's a document you would have relied on?
Not entirely, but yes, as part of the overall review of the case, yes.
Okay. If you look at page 2 of that document under the summary of Officer J.C. Willauer's statement, it says, Officer Willauer admits to knowing Officer Rollins was not wearing his body-worn camera at the time of the event, but does not recall if he noticed or he learned it through statements made at the scene. He also admits Officer Rollins stating to him that he was not wearing his body-worn camera.
Yes.
Okay. Is that your understanding? That Officer Rollins, based on Officer Willauer's statement, Officer Rollins told him that he was not wearing his body-worn camera?
Correct. This is a summary of Officer Willauer's statement, but yes.
And that's your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Choi, do you have further questions?
Just a few. Mr. Jordan, you indicated that just because someone has a complaint against them, the police department does not necessarily provide Brady Giglio materials until after the due process of the disciplinary action and appeal process that has been completed, correct?
Yes, sir. As far as my knowledge, as far as my memory and knowledge of that, I do not believe that we typically or regularly would report out a potential Brady Giglio violation until we've determined through an investigation, and we're able to draw a conclusion.
Otherwise,
particular to that investigation.
Otherwise, a criminal defendant can just call the professional standards office and say that the officer that arrested them was a liar and just hang up, and then you'd have to issue that type of information basically all the time, correct?
Yeah, I think that's an example. But to your point, I mean, we do see that where officers are accused of falsifying evidence or lying, and they're still going to go to court during that period of time to testify until we can determine through an investigation whether or not an allegation like you just gave an example of was validated or not validated.
You also testified that you would not expect an officer to activate their body-worn camera when approaching what they had been told was an unoccupied vehicle, correct?
Correct.
However, you would expect them to at least be wearing their body-worn camera to be able to activate it should the need arise, correct?
Absolutely, and again, I think that was concerning the body-worn camera usage in this particular incident. I think we would have, we probably would have been okay if he hadn't activated it before seeing the subject inside, but you have to be wearing your camera to give yourself the opportunity to activate the camera in the first place. That was the violation. Again, if several seconds of that incident had gone by and the camera hadn't been activated initially, I mean, I think we use our judgment, and we would understand that it happened so sudden after being told, by somebody else that the car was unoccupied. I think we would reasonably have not expected the officer to have it on immediately. But I think, again, in reviewing all of the information, I do believe that during the span of time, the timeline of the officer dealing with the defendant in this case, that he did have time and a chance to turn the camera on at least during a portion of that interaction.
And final question. I believe I understood you to say that the discipline imposed upon Mr. Rollins was not related to his redaction of any document, but it was more related to the content of the document and the content of his statements to Internal Affairs and the content of his interactions with Sergeant Notch, et cetera.
Yes, absolutely. It was the content of describing why the officer couldn't turn his camera on because of the preoccupation with what the suspect was doing and where his hands were and the suddenness of it all, when in fact the officer knew that that was not the case, that the camera was in the vehicle the entire time. And so the first version that you send to your supervisor with respect to anything, but in particular a use of force, the first version, it has to be the truth. Do we send stuff back for some editing? Yes. I mean, an officer may say, I threw the subject to the ground, or I slammed the subject to the ground. And we may say, well, was it a slam? Was it a throw? How exactly did you take the subject to the ground? And so a little bit of semantics come into play. I mean, sometimes where an officer may describe something and we want the officer to be better in the description of exactly what they did, but it doesn't change what the officer did as far as the level of truthfulness. It just there may be a more accurate or better way to describe it to paint the picture to be more clear based on our use of force continuum and so forth. But in this incident, what was presented to the sergeant in the first place was not what happened. When Officer Rollins described that he didn't have time to turn his camera on because of the suddenness, and his hands were essentially, he had his weapon, and so he was busy at the time, and plus trying to pay attention to what the suspect, which absolutely probably, again, would have made sense if he had the camera on his person. But the fact that he was saying that that's why he couldn't turn it on, when he then later told others that he knew he didn't have it on and he was worried about getting in trouble because of all of these other incidents of getting counseled and receiving disciplinary action for not having his camera on. So he was concerned about that. And so again, this case is never, it was never about not having the body-worn camera activated as far as me recommending termination. I mean, we want you to wear it. You're supposed to wear it. But in reviewing incidents, I also understand in this circumstance where the officer was taken by surprise, he wasn't expecting it. So yes, it at least would have made sense why they didn't have it on initially. But you have to have it on your person. And to say that you did, and then to go back and take a second photograph of yourself wearing it when your supervisor had said that, when supervisors indicated that when they showed up, he was not wearing it. When officers showed up, they indicated that he was not wearing it. And that just contributed to the level of untruthfulness that I think was displayed and presented by Officer Rollins. And so it was for those reasons that I made my determination.
Nothing further.
Just a couple of questions. If you looked at Exhibit 16, counsel made the comparison of a criminal or arrestee calling in and complaining that an officer had lied, and then
I'm sorry.
Exhibit 16.
16?
Yeah.
What is this?
It is a statement by Sergeant Notch.
Okay.
There's no date on this statement, but I wanted to call your attention to the last page of this. You would have read this statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'll just, the second full sentence says, these lines, well, let me, Officer Rollins brought back the original copy only after redacting multiple lines of the document. These lines included the false statements that showed he had lied and stated that he had his body camera on and his body, but did not activate it. So this statement is from Sergeant Notch. This is different from a citizen or potential criminal reporting that an officer lied. This is his supervisor making the statement that he had lied in this statement. He's come to that conclusion that Officer Rollins has lied in this statement, correct?
I don't know. Well, yeah, it appears to be, or is he's at least very suspicious.
Well, he
of
didn't say suspicious. He said that these lines included the false statements that showed he had lied. There's not any ambiguity about that, is there?
Absolutely, you're right.
Okay.
Yes.
And part of your job is not to let the opinions of the officer's supervisors sway you in your determination about an officer, whether the officer himself had lied. Is that correct?
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if a sergeant or somebody of a leadership position or supervisory position has an account or an example of a subordinate being untruthful to them, we absolutely take that as part of the factual evidence that I use to make my determination. Now, he himself he's not allowed to make the determination to dismiss or discipline Rollins right then and there. That would be handled at a higher level based on the facts and circumstances of what was presented to us, which again is why the chain of command contacted Internal Affairs and said, we think you need to take this from here because there is definitely the appearance, or it appears that Officer Rollins is being untruthful. But because of that being so serious in nature, I mean, we want to make sure that we do the investigation in its entirety. But yes, I guess to answer your question or your statement, that yes, it did appear, or Officer or Sergeant Notch's opinion seemed to be that Officer Rollins was lying to him.
So you would weigh that opinion and give that more credence you'd give more credence to his opinion than to maybe another officer's opinion.
No, not necessarily. We're all sworn to tell the truth, but I think it absolutely matters if a subordinate officer lies to their supervisor. If a subordinate officer lies to their fellow officer about what they had for lunch, I don't know that would have a lot of impact.
Well, let me rephrase it. So you're saying that the fact that it was Sergeant Notch's opinion that Officer Rollins lied had no impact or bearing on your decision that Officer Rollins had lied?
I think where it rested with my decision is it reiterated what was already brought to us as a concern by his chain of command. However, if I had determined along the way that no, I don't think he lied to Officer Notch, then perhaps or Sergeant Notch, then maybe that would have developed into something else or an additional investigation. But no, I think what a supervisor reports to us is as far as a potential violation of insubordination or being untruthful by a subordinate. Yes, I mean we trust them and expect them to be supervisors. That's why they were promoted to that level with those levels of responsibility. So that did have an impact on the case. Yes.
So again, going back to the counsel's example, Sergeant Notch's opinion that Officer Rollins had lied would have more bearing on whether you would submit that for a Giglio request from the DA's office than a citizen calling in and just alleging that an officer lied.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thanks.
Nothing further.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Mr. Choi, you want to call your next witness?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The city's next witness is City Manager Marshall Adams David.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon, Madam City Manager.
Good afternoon.
Will you state your full name, please?
Marshall Adams David.
And what is, will you reiterate your position, please?
I'm city manager for the city of Raleigh.
And how long have you been in that position?
I was appointed in November of 2020.
And while I expect that your duties are numerous, can you give us a very general summary of what your job responsibilities are?
Sure. I am responsible for the day-to-day operations of 22 departments and 3 offices that make up the full array of public service for the city of Raleigh. I am responsible for communications to and from the elected officials, our governing body, the mayor and city council, and I am responsible for bringing forward a balanced budget on an annual basis.
And can you describe your position in the chain of command relative to, for example, the chief of police?
The chief of police is my direct report, was my direct report during this incident when I was the assistant city manager, and as city manager, the police chief is my direct report.
And I'm sorry, I was typing, so I may have missed this. How long did you spend in your role as assistant city manager for the city of Raleigh?
6.5 years, from 2014 to 2020.
Did you have any municipal management experience prior to coming to the city of Raleigh?
Yes.
And can you describe that for us?
Yes, from September of 1993 till 2014, when I came to the city of Raleigh, I served in multiple capacities with the city of Hamlet, which is also a municipality in the state of North Carolina.
Can you describe for us the role of the city manager in the appeal process when employee discipline becomes necessary?
At the point that an appeal reaches the desk of the city manager, all of the prerequisite steps have been exhausted through the appeal process. Typically, an employee would appeal to their supervisor, then up the chain of command through HR, then to an assistant city manager or the city manager.
And to what extent is the city manager's appeal intended to evaluate the performance of the city in following its own policies and imposing discipline?
It is my job to determine whether or not city policies have been adhered to and complied with by the supervisors, regardless of what department it is, as well as to give an impartial, unbiased hearing and outlet for a city employee to lay out the facts as they see them in their appeal process.
Does the city manager have the authority to overturn a department head's decision to terminate an employee?
Yes.
Have you ever had to exercise that authority?
Yes.
You have not personally and in person attended any of this hearing prior to walking in just before you took the stand, correct?
That's correct.
Have you done anything to monitor the progress of the hearing?
I listened to Todd Jordan's testimony today while I was working. I had my computer on.
Did you monitor any part of day one of the hearing?
No.
I'm sorry.
No.
And earlier today, Mr. Jordan testified that Exhibit 1 in the white notebook is the city's standard policy for disciplinary action, suspension, and dismissal.
That's correct.
And that is your understanding as well?
Yes.
Were you involved at all in the decision by the city of Raleigh to adopt body-worn camera technology?
Yes.
What role did you play?
I was the executive sponsor for the development, the implementation, the evaluation, and research of that technology. As the world around us started to change in the way of policing, most progressive organizations started to implement body-worn camera programs. So it was my job to work with leadership in RPD, Raleigh Police Department, to ensure that we were going about it the right way. So I was involved from step one when we did the research and evaluation, all the way through development of policies that would govern the use of the body-worn cameras to the extent of the acquisition and the procurement of the technology and implementing the policy for our staff.
What impacts and/or mission goals were in mind when the city decided to adopt body-worn camera technology?
To make sure that we were doing our part to ensure that there is a level of trust, integrity, and transparency in policing. And what we often said to the officers is it's a twofold approach. It is to protect you just as much as it is to protect the public. So we wanted to ensure that the city of Raleigh was being honorable in how we were protecting and serving, as well as offering a level of security and assurance for our officers.
Was this an effort solely undertaken by the city, or were there community partners or other governmental agency partners? Or was input sought, or?
Sure. Ideally, it was our program to develop, but we benchmarked, we interviewed, we had conversations with other municipalities that also had implemented a program of some sort. We also did policy review work to determine what was working well and what was not. And so by us not being one of the first to employ this technology, we were able to get the benefit of learning from some other municipalities' mistakes. And one of the first things we learned was you can't just deploy the technology, you have to have a policy to stand the technology up.
Was input sought from the Raleigh community?
Yes, we did. We called it a road show. We had 19 or 20 community meetings wherein we went to community centers, we solicited input and feedback from residents to kind of help us govern what that policy would look like. And we integrated much of that feedback into our policy.
In developing the policy, did you attempt to address the officer's ability to reasonably activate it and things of that nature, and try to weigh concerns about constant running versus manual activation, things of that nature?
Yes, all of that was taken into consideration, and at each of those community meetings, we led with, this is new technology, so you're gonna have to give us a little grace and patience that we can all come on board and come on board together to make sure that everybody is using the technology in the appropriate way. Our conversations with the department included that if you are concerned about when you should or should not turn it on, just err on the side of having it on all the time. That way you don't have to question whether or not you should have it on.
During your research and community meetings and things of that nature, did you learn what impact or what effects come about when an officer fails to turn on their body-worn camera?
Not sure that I understand the question.
I'm sorry, and it was a poorly worded question. What concerns did you have regarding perceptions that may arise, or liability issues or accountability issues when an officer fails to turn on their body-worn camera?
Ultimately, it is a matter of transparency, right? And credibility and integrity. And so it's the word of the subject or the person that the officer had an interaction with versus the word of our officer. So again, what we reiterated on multiple occasions is if you have questions as to when you should turn it on, just keep it on all the time. That way, you won't make the mistake of not having it on. Obviously, in the beginning, on the record, there were times when they had them on when they went to the bathroom. That wasn't what we actually wanted, and we were able to train them up so that they would at least cut them off when they go to the bathroom. But again, it was a learning experience for us as a community and as a department, and one that we took very seriously because we wanted to be the best department that we could possibly be.
Aside from the officer's activation of the camera, what was your expectation regarding officers' wearing of the camera?
That the officers would have them on and that they would wear them. It was a huge encumbrance for us to purchase the technology, several $1 million, and we had to make the request to council to get the necessary funds to be able to budget for it. And as part of that process, there was, a reasonable expectation is that our staff was going to employ and they were going to use the equipment as appropriate.
I'd like to turn your attention to exhibit number 62 in the white notebook. Can you identify this document?
Yes.
Please describe for us what what exhibit 62 is.
It is Officer Rawlings' request to appeal his termination.
And did you conduct an appeal?
I did.
And did you do anything to become familiar with this case prior to conducting the appeal?
We get an appeal packet whenever an employee appeals up through the chain of command. And as part of that packet is documents that HR has processed from the beginning disciplinary action all the way up to the appeal letter, which typically is on a form. And so that is a set aside that we put to the side, and then we schedule the hearing with the employee and then have the conversation with the employee. What came along with this packet was the transcripts from the internal affairs investigation, which was a booklet almost the size of this one, of all of the conversations and statements and testimonies that had taken place through RPD with Officer Rawlings.
And did you review that material?
I did.
Did you conduct an actual in-person appeal hearing with Officer Rawlings?
Yes.
And was that on October 14th of 2019?
Sounds right, yes.
Will you take my word for it?
I will. I know it was October. I can find it, but yes.
Was Mr. Rawlings given an opportunity to refute any of the investigative findings or to present evidence or witnesses that might impact the decision or offer mitigation?
Absolutely. I opened the hearing with, this is your opportunity to tell me anything that you would like for me to know about the incident at hand. Come into this with no preconceived notions. You just tell me as an employee your side of the story and what took place in the incident.
Was the hearing that you conducted in accordance with city policy?
Yes.
And did you reach a decision on that hearing?
I did.
And what did you conclude?
I concluded after evaluating all of the evidence in the case file or the packet from HR, in addition to the conversation that Rawlings and I had in the actual hearing, it was my determination that I would uphold the termination issued by Deputy Chief Rob Council.
And was that decision reflected in the document that's been marked as Exhibit 63?
Yes.
Now, having given away the ending of the story, I do want to go into a little bit more detail about your evaluation itself. Did you, during the course of your evaluation, evaluate the quality of the investigation that was conducted by the police department?
I did.
And what did you conclude?
It was very thorough. The file included everything from text messages amongst officers in regard to the incident to the actual transcription from the IA hearings and statements made throughout the investigation.
Did you have any concerns regarding the thoroughness, accuracy, or credibility of the investigation?
No,
Did you believe that the investigation complied with city policy?
I did.
And is that something you were evaluating?
Absolutely.
Based on your evaluation of the investigation, the disciplinary action, and the appeal, including your own appeal, did you believe that Mr. Rollins violated the Raleigh Police Department's departmental operating instructions?
Yes.
Did you believe that Mr. Rollins violated City Standard Operating Procedure 300-14?
Yes.
Did you come to any conclusions regarding, well, first of all, I'm sorry, let me back up. Did you hear Deputy Chief, now retired, Todd Jordan's testimony that he believed that the integrity issues were the most serious violations of
I
the
did.
department? Did you come to any conclusions regarding the severity of the violations?
I did.
What was your opinion?
Again, for me, it is number one, adherence to city policies, and then secondly, credibility and integrity. At the end of the day, we stand on the foundation and principles of integrity and credibility, and being able to bring forward cases in a way that is responsible over in the Judicial Center, in a way that makes RPD the organization that we strive to be every single day. And so when there's a question of the validity or the sincerity of something that one of our officers put into statements and into comments made during the hearings, during the investigations, all of that caused a pause for me, yes.
In total, how many years have you served as the civilian authority in charge of a law enforcement organization?
22 of my 29 and a half years.
To what extent did recent national events impact the city's mission with regard to law enforcement integrity and things of that nature?
If we're talking about recent, as in most recent in the last couple of years or last decade, let me qualify. In the last couple of years, obviously, I think the world has looked at law enforcement and policing in a different light. And so as the leader of an organization, it will always be my primary goal is that regardless of what we do, we will do it with a high level of credibility and integrity. Again, that is the foundation on which we stand. If we talk about a little bit further prior to the incidents of 2020 in the world, I would say policing started to take a turn, hence the need and the desire for organizations to take a better look at how we kind of look at policing and how we position policing to be a community partner. And it's not just always about trying to get the bad guys. It is about being a resource to the community. And I think what the body-worn camera technology has done is allowed us to have that extra level of accountability and allow us to be able to see what we wouldn't have been able to see 15, 20 years ago. And as a growing city with all kinds of challenges, it is paramount that we take these progressive measures to make sure that we are providing that high quality of services that our residents demand and expect.
Do issues involving the city's integrity and accountability have greater importance less importance or about the same in its role providing public safety versus other municipal functions?
I think stewardship and integrity is very important. However, I think there is a higher bar in the public safety arena. Because quite frankly, we might make a mistake on a balance sheet on finances, and we can correct that. The decisions that we make in public safety have farther reaching impacts on people's lives and their livelihoods. So yes, I would say there's a higher standard to make sure that we exercise from a position of integrity at all times.
During the appeal process, did Mr. Rollins provide you with information, and did the Raleigh Police Department provide you with information regarding positive aspects of his work history?
Yes,
Did you take those into account when making your determination?
yes, I did.
Were the positive aspects of his work history sufficient to overcome the violations that were found by the police department?
No.
Did you hear former Deputy Chief Jordan testify regarding the prior incidents of accountability issues and/or body-worn camera issues that Mr. Rollins had in his past?
Yes, and that was also part of the packet from HR.
So is that history something that you considered in making your decision?
Yes.
Did you consider any disciplinary actions other than termination?
Again, my primary role in the appeal process is to make sure that there is a compliance and adherence to city policy. I was able to check that really quickly because we went through the necessary steps and measures to get to that point. Secondly, when looking at the totality of his employment file and looking at all of the other incidents and the fact that the week prior there had been some conversations about not wearing the body-worn camera technology, that weighed heavily in my decision-making process as well. And so although the situation at hand on that day in March was favorable outcome in the situation that he didn't have to use his weapon, it could have gone south really quickly, and we would have been, as an organization, at a disadvantage. And so when taking that into consideration, the integrity of the file of his body of work, the climate that we're currently existing in law enforcement, yes, I felt like termination was probably the best course of action in this situation. Because again, it could have gone way left really quickly, and I would not have wanted to accompany the police chief to tell his family that he was shot in a situation that necessarily didn't have to be.
Did you take into consideration the impact of integrity and accountability issues on Mr. Rollins' ability to perform his essential functions as a police officer?
Yes.
In what way?
One of the things I've learned over the course of my career in working with law enforcement, again, in the judicial system, your name, your integrity is everything. And if a DA or an assistant DA can't take your word, then that leaves us open for liability all across the board. And that is an issue that we continuously grapple with as an organization. And we own it when we don't get it right. And honestly, I think it is something that is very important because, again, the decisions that we make or how we present a case or not has far-reaching impacts on people's lives and their livelihoods. So we should get it right.
Did you consider whether Mr. Rollins had been given sufficient opportunities to improve?
Yes.
What did you conclude?
I concluded that after I reviewed his total case file, that there had been opportunities for counseling that had happened. There had been opportunities for disciplinary actions that had happened as well. And at that point, it appeared to me that it didn't work.
In light of the fact that Mr. Rollins had already been issued a disciplinary action form, Was he subject to termination pursuant to progressive discipline?
Yes.
In light of the severity of the violation that was found during I-2019-009, was immediate termination appropriate even outside of progressive discipline?
Yes.
Was termination consistent with the discipline imposed upon other law enforcement employees in the city of Raleigh for similar offenses under similar circumstances?
Yes.
Did you evaluate whether the police department had followed its own policies and the city policies with regard to grievance and appeal?
I did.
Did you draw any conclusions regarding whether the department had complied with those policies?
Yes, we adhered to the policies as written. It took a little bit of time because it was a very thorough investigation, lots of conversations, lots of interviews, lots of statements. So it took a little bit longer than we would have normally taken, but yes, the policy as a whole was adhered to, yes.
Do you still believe that Mr. Rollins violated both departmental operating instructions and city standard operating procedures?
Yes.
Do you continue to believe that this conduct merited disciplinary action?
Yes.
And do you continue to believe that termination was the appropriate level of discipline?
Yes.
That is all I have. Thank you. Madam Chairperson, there were only two unique exhibits that were used during this examination. They were 62 and 63.
Any objection to that admission of those exhibits?
No,
They're admitted. And Mr. Collins, the witness is yours.
no questions.
Mr. Choi, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Mr. Collins, do you have rebuttal witnesses?
Yes, I think Mr. Rollins would like to testify, but
Microphone, please.
Mr. Rollins would like to testify, but can we take a break so I can at least consult with him? And it is 12:28, so I don't know if we want to take a general lunch break.
And let me get a sense, just for the, I want to be sensitive to everybody's schedule. Do you have, and I understand you need to consult with your client, do you have any estimate about if he does want to rebut any of the testimony, how long that might take?
I would say no more than 30 minutes.
Okay,
I think that would
all
be.
right. So we certainly can take a period for lunch. I don't know, I want to be sensitive also to the court reporter and your needs. Would 30 minutes be enough, or an hour be enough? What do you think?
30 would be fine on our end, I think.
Is that okay with all involved, Madam Court Reporter? Okay. All right, let's then, it's now about 12:30. Let's take about 30 minutes and be back here at approximately 1 o'clock. Oh.
Mr. Rollins, there was been some testimony about an incident on February 3, 2018, involving your use of a patrol vehicle for work that you did after your shift was over at Sanderson High School. And I was wondering if you could just give us some background as far as what was that incident about?
Oh, yeah, certainly. It was a woman who was extremely intoxicated, and there was some evidence of using some and abusing some prescription drug medication. She was making verbal threats that she wanted to both harm herself and harm her husband. Rather than take her to jail for communicating threats, I transported her to Wake Med Hospital. I was directed there in the attempt to get a evaluation placed on her for her mental health, as well as the statements she had made. Ultimately, a doctor advised me that they were going to place this individual on an involuntary commitment, otherwise referred to as an IVC. There's a paperwork transfer that comes from the magistrate's office that authorizes that to proceed. At the time, I was waiting for, because my shift was ending, I was waiting for another officer from my district, which was on the other side of town, literally, to come relieve me. However, I was advised that a sitter who was provided by the Wake Med Hospital would be arriving soon, and did in fact arrive at that point. I had a prior commitment to provide security with a fellow officer at a rivalry basketball game at Sanderson High School, between Sanderson High School and Millbrook High School. Those schools are rivals, and they had had some incidents of threats and fights and so forth because of that rivalry. It is the City of Raleigh policy that you are to only drive an authorized police vehicle to an authorized off-duty, if you will, gig. And that is based off of some payment of, I believe, $25 to the city for usage of the vehicle. Because I was at Wake Med Hospital, and I still had this report to complete, which was required by policy to complete prior to the end of my shift. And I also had to attend and work this security event, which obviously, if an incident occurred, could have the potential to be catastrophic. So I felt a strong obligation to be there on time in advance of the event, on the scheduled time in any case. However, the issue that I had was I had my police vehicle that I was operating, and I would be driving all the way from Wake Med, if you're familiar with Raleigh enough, to my house, which is close to the intersection of Creedmoor and Strickland Road, basically diagonally across the city of Raleigh. And at that time, it was approximately 6 p.m. If you're familiar with traffic in the area of Crabtree Valley Mall, Capitol Boulevard, Six Forks, and North Hills, I don't think it would be reasonable for me in that amount of time to make it from Wake Med to my residence, drop off my police car, get in my personal vehicle, and then drive to Sanderson High School and be on time, all while completing this police report that needed to be filed. So I made a judgment call at the time, and decided to not circumvent this travel, but actually to drive directly to the school in order to facilitate me being there sooner, completing my report, and then being on duty and ready for service to provide security at the event. So I did not take this vehicle out of, some lengthy distance out of, this is still within a straight line. If you're familiar with where Sanderson is located, it's actually pretty much on a straight line between my house and Wake Med. So made a judgment call. When I arrived, there was another police vehicle in the parking lot, which was the school resource officer at the time. not internal affairs, but like professional standards. I can't remember. Inspections, I believe, showed up, and they said, "Hey, we see that your vehicles are in the parking lot. Why are they in the parking lot?" Officer Thomas at the time said, "Well, I drove my police car because I'm the school resource officer at Millbrook High School, and I was made aware of some potential threats and things that might occur during this event." And then they turned to me and I said, "Well, I drove my police car because I was getting off late. I still had this report to write. I would have most certainly been late had I driven all the way to my house, dropped off my police car, and got my truck and drove back." Um, and at a later time, I don't remember how long, maybe a month later, I was called into the captain's office and they interrogated me about me driving my police car to this event, and I advised her of the same. I had an opportunity to appeal that, if you will, punishment, which I did. And among other things, I simply reiterated that I was attempting to make the best choice available at the time with what I was presented, and clearly could not have found a replacement in that short amount of time for an officer to come in and work it, because there's a small pool of officers that are pre-qualified by contract to work these events. In any case, as you might imagine, my appeal was declined. They advised me that I had ample time to get there. They advised me that I should have just otherwise been late and notified the off-duty coordinator. I in that interview with Captain Anderson, I said, "Oh, I drove a police vehicle, a City of Raleigh police vehicle, to a City of Raleigh high school." And she said, "No, it's not a City of Raleigh high school. So you weren't parked on city property. You were actually parked on Wake County property because it's a Wake County high school." She then said that two other options that I should have considered were to park at the police station and get dropped off by a fellow officer at the high school. And then, of course, I would have required transportation back to the station to get my police car to then go home. She also advised me that I could have parked at a local fire station and Uber to the event. And then I would have just Ubered back to the fire station and then gone on home. And that would also not have been a violation.
Let me interrupt you for a
So-
second. Did you construct a timeline when you did the appeal of when you left the Wake Med parking lot?
Yeah, approximately, it may have been a month or a little over a month later. I did sit down and type up a written appeal and constructed a timeline. Yes, I did.
What was the timeline based on?
The timeline was based off of my recollection of where I was and when I arrived where I did. It was based off of my recollection of obviously being at Wake Med, having this person in my custody, away from my vehicle. So I did not have the ability to secure this person and also type the report. I constructed it with a phone call that I received from both Sergeant Notch and from Officer Wagnon, asking if I needed relief. And of course, if I were to get relief, it would take them so long to get from Glenwood Avenue to get me. I would have most certainly been late. So the timing of me getting a sitter worked out pretty well. It was also based off of a timeline of driving in like 6 p.m. traffic from
Friday,
Newbern
correct?
Avenue
It was on a
onto
Friday.
440. I'm sorry?
It was on a Friday, correct?
Yeah, it was a Friday evening. I mean, you're talking about heavy traffic. It's going to take me quite a.
Well, are you
quite
aware of an AVL report that showed you leaving at 5:45?
Was I aware of an AVL report? No.
Yeah.
No, I don't have access to AVL. No.
Okay, but was it reported to you that you left Wake Med at an earlier time, like 5:45?
As I best recall, that might be accurate. It was around that time frame.
And were you told that you were able to make the, the trip from Wake Med to Sanderson in 12 minutes?
I believe I remember hearing a number of how long it would take me and thinking that that was uh, basically impossible to make it from Wake Med to my house, or sorry, to North Raleigh in general, but over to Sanderson High School or otherwise to my house in 12 minutes. You're talking about a distance of somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 miles. And at that time, if you're familiar with Capitol Boulevard, familiar with 440, familiar with Six Forks and North Hills, and that's just impossible at that time.
Okay. And traffic would have been far more congested because it was a rival high school basketball game?
Right. You have traffic getting to the game. You also have traffic going on 440. You have multiple intersections of pedestrian traffic, as well as a lot of shopping in that area. There's not really a great route at that time to get from way up in North Raleigh on Six Forks Road over to Wake Med Hospital.
Okay. All right. So
12, if you're referencing 12 minutes, I think that's impossible. I don't think that, unless you're driving lights and sirens, which I wasn't,
okay.
you may be able to do it.
Okay. Just a quick question about there's been reference made to a incident a week before March 2nd of 2019 where involving where you didn't have your BWC on. Did that involve a stolen vehicle?
Yeah, I heard previous testimony this morning regarding me having a similar violation of not using my body worn camera during a stolen vehicle investigation. That's not accurate.
All right. Well, tell me about what was the incident about. It was
Well, as I best recall, it may have been around that time frame prior to maybe a month or more. But I got called by a property manager in the area about a series of vehicles that were either illegally parked or abandoned or not registered, which means to say they didn't have a license plate on them. And so I went over there and tagged those vehicles with a notification stating that this vehicle will be towed in 7 days or later, et cetera, et cetera. So I then returned sometime later and observed that those vehicles had not moved, had not been registered, were still parked in the same location they were. There was one had a flat tire. There was another vehicle that had oil spilling on the ground. It was a mess. So at that point, I called a tow truck service. The tow truck driver arrived and began towing vehicles. A lady walking down the sidewalk came and started speaking to the tow truck driver. And then it appeared that they were having some type of a disagreement. Maybe the vehicle belonged to her or something. So I was completing my report. Filling out paperwork for towing the vehicles. I walked over there. I said, she asked me, whose car are you towing? This is my boyfriend's. Why are you towing it? And I was like, oh, I'm towing it for these reasons. I'm sorry, ma'am, at this point, the vehicle's not registered. We're taking it. As I best recall, the vehicle hadn't been registered for in the neighborhood of 5 to 10 years. So it was basically just parked there on the street. I think while he was doing maintenance on it, changing the oil and fiddling around with it. But in any case, that was it.
What sort of discipline did you receive for that? If any?
I received a verbal warning advising me that the lady later called and said I was rude or something. And I spoke to Sergeant Notch about it. And I said, I wasn't rude. I explained myself. If you want to have a third party verify that I was nothing but polite and professional with the woman, call the tow truck driver. And as you might imagine, that never took place. So I had a conversation with Sergeant Knott saying, hey, these body cameras are new, just make sure you're wearing them. And he even discussed with me at that time about how people will make false accusations, and it's beneficial to record those conversations to prove yourself in a fair light. So there are false allegations against officers. And I said, look, I was polite. I was nice. I had the vehicle towed. She didn't seem that particularly upset at the time. And I guess she decided to call later and complain.
Okay, but that was the
And,
extent of the discipline, was merely that verbal warning.
Right. He just talked to me and said, hey, well, yeah, I mean, he even said, like, hey, I believe you. I don't think that's not in your nature. I doubt you even did that. And so I don't believe her. However, it would be easy for me just to go back and watch the video. There was some discussion again about city policy, about how that relates to enforcement. I've heard a lot this morning about, when taking enforcement action, you are required by city policy to record it. But you can't take enforcement action against an unoccupied, inanimate object. You can take enforcement action against a person. You can arrest a person or give them a ticket or something, but there's no enforcement action being taken on a car. And so that was part of the discussion as well.
Okay, that's really all I wanted to touch base on. Thank you, Mr. Rollins.
Yes, sir.
And that's all you have?
Yes.
Mr. Choi?
Nothing.
Mr. Collins, you have any other witnesses or any other rebuttal?
Nope.
At this time, are you resting your case?
Yes.
And is the city also resting its case?
Yes, Madam Chairperson.
So at this time, thank you, Mr. Rollins. At this time, what I'll ask the parties to do is
Thank you.
Yeah, is to, if you have closing arguments, do you have closing arguments you'd like to present?
Yes.
Well, first of all, does the commission, any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Rollins before he's dismissed? Okay, all right. Now, back to the question of of closing arguments. Closing arguments?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll allow the city to go first, and petitioner, you'll have the last argument.
Thank you.
Normally, I'm used to the configuration has changed. Normally, I'm used to that being here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Far podium, take your position.
So you do want me there?
Yes. Yep. Gotta be heard.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad we are wrapping this up now. I'm sorry it's taken so long, but let me just get right to it. No one questions the positive work history that Mr. Rollins had as a Raleigh police officer. He was effective at making arrests and conducting investigations, and had a reputation as being a proactive officer. The question that arose as a result of the events in 2019 was whether his testimony could be relied upon to get convictions. Obviously, a law enforcement officer's primary reason for being is to be able to enforce the law, and the primary tool that they have is using the criminal laws to get convictions. As the city manager explained, and Deputy Chief Jordan explained, integrity really is at the key of being a law enforcement officer. In 2021, a Gallup poll found that overall 51% of all U.S. adults currently have confidence in the police, after it dropped to a low of 48% the prior year. And that was down from a historical high of 64%. So even under the best of circumstances, there's a large percentage of our community that does not have confidence in law enforcement. Therefore, as the city manager explained, it is incumbent upon progressive law enforcement agencies to do what they can in order to enhance that level of public confidence, to enhance internal accountability, and to make clear that integrity is expected and necessary. towards that, the city has made affirmative efforts. The one at issue here, of course, is to adopt body-worn camera technology at great cost and great effort, despite the lack of any nationwide or state standard or requirement to do so. The city is not asking you to question Mr. Rollins' integrity. You're not really required to reach any conclusion about his integrity. However, the city's decision to terminate Mr. Rollins' employment was warranted because his conduct rendered him unable to perform an essential function of his job. The events leading up to Mr. Rollins' discipline, as you have before you in the exhibit notebooks, he submitted a draft blue team report in which the clear implication is that he was wearing his body-worn camera but could not activate it due to the exigencies of the circumstances. After the redactions had been, delved into by the internal affairs investigators, what they saw was my sudden encounter with pain. The subject caused my hand to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs. Using my whole physical, visual, and mental faculties onto surviving this unknown threat, I was unable to activate my body-worn camera. And the issue of redacting the report, while, as Deputy Chief Jordan admitted, he was not disciplined for redacting his report, but it was something that certainly struck those members of the command staff that reviewed this matter as being odd, since the BLET field note taking and report writing instructions, BLET being basic law enforcement training, states that in the event of errors in notes, the errors should not be erased. A line should be drawn through the errors and initialed by the officers. Then there's the matter of the photos that were taken by Sergeant Notch, which showed that Officer Rollins was in fact not wearing his body-worn camera, in contrast to the photos that were submitted with the draft blue team report that showed him wearing a body-worn camera. In his memo to Sergeant Notch, Mr. Rollins stated, "To the best of my recollection, my body-worn camera was either situated on my duty belt using the department-issued belt clip or charging on the docking station in my police vehicle at the time I would unknowingly encounter pain," expressing some uncertainty as to where the body-worn camera was at that time. However, the investigation revealed that, in fact, at the scene of the arrest, he had been communicating with fellow officers and had informed, and Officer Willauer had stated that, I know he didn't have it on because we were talking about it. We were talking about the fact that he didn't have his camera on, and he came to me afterwards and was talking to me about how he was probably going to get in trouble for not wearing his camera during that, and giving me basically the justification of why he didn't have it on at the time of the encounter. He just assumed that the car was going to be vacant and non-occupied, so I know he didn't have his camera on at the time. I just can't recall specifically if I noticed seeing him and not wearing it. But I do know for a fact, shortly after it happened, he called me to vent about it and was like, I should have, what I'm saying, I should have been wearing my camera, and I wasn't wearing my camera, and he told me why. Officer Ferguson also provided a statement to the Internal Affairs Unit in which he said, he was asked, did you get an opportunity to observe Officer Rollins and to see if he had his body-worn camera on? And to which Officer Ferguson responded he did not, and went on to say, I believe he said that it was in the car at the time on the charging port. And then later, again quoting his conversation with Mr. Rollins, Officer Ferguson says that Rollins said, I left it in the car because I thought, I didn't think there was going to be anything escalating the situation. And then in his request for administrative hearing to this body, He states, at the time, my best recollection of the incident was that I was wearing my body camera, but did not activate it due to the shock of seeing someone moving in the vehicle and the fact that both my hands were being employed to hold and steady my firearm. It was months later that I later learned that my body camera had been charging in the vehicle at the time. I simply did not recall that detail when I tried to reconstruct what had happened. Now, regardless of whether we believe that it was a lapse of memory or an integrity issue, again, we don't have to decide whether it was an integrity issue. Obviously, the facts as developed by the Internal Affairs investigation certainly raise a very serious question about that. That has not been adequately explained to the satisfaction of the Internal Affairs captain at the time, the Internal Affairs major at the time, who was later became Deputy Chief Todd Jordan, to the satisfaction of the Deputy Chief, or to the satisfaction of the city manager during the various administrative appeal levels. And unfortunately, they did not. These issues did not arise in isolation. There were prior issues involving both accountability and integrity questions. Accountability in terms of transporting a prisoner without activating microphones, without calling it in, arresting a subject and using force without filing a use of force report. And then specifically with regard to body-worn cameras, having had two recent issues, one only the week before, in which Mr. Rollins thought that no recording would be necessary, and therefore he didn't take his body-worn camera out of his vehicle charging dock. As Deputy Chief Jordan stated, that's really not the point. The point is to have it on you all the time because of the unpredictable nature of police work. You never know when you might have to record something. It's difficult to overlook the fact that a very similar incident had happened only the week before, and the body-worn camera remained in the dock. I spend most of my time defending the Raleigh Police Department and police officers in civil actions brought by individuals claiming excessive force, unlawful arrest, things of that nature. But I don't think you have to be the type of attorney I am to see the problem that this creates. The events of March 2nd, 2019 ended well. No one was hurt. An arrest was made. A vehicle was recovered. It's not difficult, however, to consider an alternate ending. The conduct of Raleigh police officers reflects on the entire department and ultimately the entire city. When the community loses trust in a law enforcement officer, that can lead to them losing trust in the entire department and the city and the community. And the entire city and the community can suffer. I think we can all say that we have seen examples of that over the last few years. The current evidence suggests, fortunately, that the city and the police department have the community's trust. I don't know what percentage. Gallup didn't come and do a survey here, but we've certainly seen incidents of uses of force that have not resulted in the type of widespread civil unrest in Raleigh that have been present in other places. If the RPD had chosen to ignore the questions that arose as a result of Mr. Rollins' conduct on March 2nd, 2019, and things had not ended well, could the RPD have plausibly claimed that they did not foresee or could not have foreseen a potential problem? And I guess more pointedly, could we, sitting here today, say that we could not have foreseen a potential problem? The city would argue that the answer is no. And as a result, not only is there a liability issue, but there's also the issue of being able to testify in court and obtain convictions against the people that threaten our community. And when a police officer loses that ability for whatever reason, again, we don't have the ability to probe inside people's souls, but for whatever reason, when that ability is lost, they can no longer perform the essential functions of their job. I'm happy to answer any questions, but if not, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Choi. Mr. Collins?
Is it okay if I sit?
I have no problem with that, as long as you use the microphone.
Okay,
Well, I didn't know that was an option. I would have preferred to sit.
thank you. Well, I spend some time representing law enforcement officers, and it is the absolute death knell of a law enforcement's career to be found to be dishonest. It's ends their career. And so while I understand the critical importance that a law enforcement agency ensure that that its officers have integrity and will testify truthfully when necessary. To make that determination, you really got to make sure you got it right. That you're certain that you've got an officer who has been dishonest. And the language in the DOI is deliberately make a false statement or report. So deliberate dishonesty is of critical importance, and I don't think that's the case here. I mean, if I'm looking for deliberate dishonesty, this situation has so many complications to it. It was an aggravated circumstance, which Officer Rollins, what he encountered that day. And I've gone through that with my Jaws analogy of the jump scare and why an officer's judgment and specifically their memory might be shaken a bit by that kind of incident. And I don't think that was taken into account at all in this investigation. Another aspect of this is it seems to me that the premise of the respondent is Officer Rollins knew at the scene that he didn't have his BWC on, and when he encountered Payne, the arrestee, so he had to conceal that fact, or he was going to get written up. But if this were the case, you'd expect him to act a little differently. So after he handcuffed the suspect, why didn't he remove the BWC from the docking station and put it on his belt? It would have been pretty easy to do. He knew Sergeant Notch was going to take a photograph for the use of force report, so that's something that would have been available to him at the time. And Sergeant Notch didn't arrive until approximately 35 minutes after the encounter. And he still wasn't wearing his camera at that point. If you look at, I think it's Exhibit 8. Yeah. Yeah. There he is 35 minutes after the arrest, after the incident. And it's not visible to you or me, but it was visible to Sergeant Notch that he wasn't wearing his BWC. It wasn't on his belt. And that, Sergeant Notch immediately saw it. So at this point, Officer Rollins had some time, if he's thinking, darn it, I don't have my BWC on. I'm going to get into trouble. Why didn't he slip it on afterwards? And, potentially this issue goes away, but he didn't do that. And we'll get into the photographs later, but, he had photographs taken when he's not wearing his BWC. But he knew Sergeant Notch had already taken that. So it just gets, for there to be deliberate dishonesty in this case, a deliberate falsehood, there are a lot of things that don't happen that you would expect to happen. And that sort of Officer Rollins' own conduct after this incident sort of belies the charge that he knew that he didn't have his BWC on and he was trying to conceal that and cover that up. It's just not consistent with the facts. As far as the printout of the initial use of force report with Rollins' redactions, I think that's Exhibit That's Exhibit 7. I think you just looked at that recently, but this is supposed to be further evidence he was trying to conceal that he indicated he was wearing his BWC in his initial use of force report, but that doesn't make any sense. If he believed the report, I mean, the copy, this copy was incriminating, why didn't he just throw it away? I mean, that would have been the easiest thing to do, and it would have been entirely plausible if Sergeant Notch had asked, where's that copy, that hard copy of the use of force report? What'd you do with it? I threw it away. Instead, he brings it back to Sergeant Notch. So he's obviously not trying to cover anything up. As far as the notations and the marks themselves and the redactions, Commissioner Lee asked Captain Harrison the first day of the hearing, would it not be reasonably assumed for someone to get a piece of document, make some notations on it, like the rough draft, for example, make some notations in it and expect not to return it and just write however they want to write on it? Would that be reasonable? And the answer from Captain Harrison, it's absolutely reasonable. It's your document. Again, as a back and forth, you can do what you want. I just never in my career of 22 years, a document that we have asked for back, when it does come back, had that kind of editing done to it. And of course, I asked that of Captain Jordan. I mean, this is a situation, this isn't a document that you're expecting to be in a file or in a report. It's a document that it's a rough draft. You're not anticipating you're going to have to return that. There would have been no reason for him to anticipate that we'd have to return that. So that doesn't make any sense. If you're trying to, again, go to the respondent's premise that Officer Rollins' conduct was that of a person who was trying to cover up and conceal the fact that he didn't have his BWC on. One of the evidence, one of the bits of evidence that was provided by Captain Harrison was that, well, our field notes, this is, we're trained, you don't delete information, you just use a single line through it. But again, that problem with that argument is that it only applies to field notes, not a rough draft that Officer Rollins was using for his own use. Again, he was never informed and he had no expectation that he would need to return this piece of paper to Sergeant Notch. Unlike a field note, it was to be thrown in the trash once he was done with it. So that's another piece of evidence, which again, respondent is drawing on and saying, look at the totality of the evidence, but this piece of evidence isn't helpful to them and it doesn't get them where they need to be, which is that this was a dishonest action. It was a falsehood that was deliberate. Thinking about this case, there's the expression, truth is just more boring than fiction. And my counter to that is, most of the time, truth is more boring than fiction. I Googled that this morning, and I've come up with that. So I'm claiming copyright for it. But it certainly makes for a more interesting story if Officer Rollins was scheming to conceal the fact that he was not wearing his BWC at the time of the incident. But the more plausible account is he thought he had it on at the time when he encountered pain and didn't activate it at the time. And we've gone through this before, and I don't want to make this longer than it needs to be. He was led to believe and had no reason to doubt that the car was unoccupied. So it was a complete shock. And while there are tense, stressful, frightening moments in law enforcement, typically a law enforcement officer has some prior warning about a threat. So if you're approaching a crime scene and someone's there with a gun or something, you're on alert. Completely taken by surprise in this incident. So it was an unusual event. So it's not surprising that he would have been addled and uncertain about what happened. The next day, he met with Sergeant Notch, who informed him that he was not wearing the BWC when he arrived at the scene. So Officer Rollins thought, well, maybe I didn't have it on. In his memo of the incident, he wrote that the BWC was either on his belt or charging at the docking station when he encountered pain. This is a guy who he's not certain about that. And there was also the added confusion. In these interviews with the officers, there's confusion about whether the BWC is on, whether it means you have it activated or you're actually wearing it on your person. So that was another thing that created confusion, I think, in some during the interviews during this investigation. Officer Willauer's interview is an example. And it was just 2 weeks after the incident. This is what he said. My memory is blending now with what I know. The day after the incident, Sergeant Notch, during roll call, talked about everyone having to wear their BWC. Officer Willauer talked about this conversation he had with Officer Rollins, where he thought Rollins said at the time of the incident he wasn't wearing his BWC. Then it turned out, so we had the text, and that's on page 32. Let's see, Exhibit 32. And we went through this during Rollins's testimony. There's nowhere in this text where Officer Rollins says that he had the camera on his person. Sergeant was asking me why I wasn't recording when I approached the car. I'm like, Sergeant, it was abandoned and unoccupied. And I was there 30 minutes after. First officer in uniform was with it. There's nothing in here that says that indicates Officer Rollins admitted to having his BWC on, or that he knew he had it on at the time of the incident. And I think that statement from Officer Willauer is so critical. My memory is blending now with what I now know. And so, and you look at, and that's why I brought this up with Major Jordan. That summary of Willauer's statement says he admits Officer Rollins stating to him that he was not wearing his body-worn camera, which is not the case. When you looked at the text and we looked at the interview with Officer Willauer, that wasn't the case. He did not say that. As far as the photographs, we talked about that. The failure to use Sergeant Notch's photograph and the use of another photograph with him wearing his BWC, the expectation of Officer Rollins was that the use of force report would be submitted by the end of the shift. And he asked Sergeant Notch twice to send him the photograph. He never did. It's a simple matter. Sergeant Notch knew he was working on the report, so he should have sent it to him. This is what Captain Harrison's testimony was. The question was, Mr. Rollins has indicated on numerous occasions during his testimony that Sergeant Notch, now Lieutenant, did not give him the photo he took at the scene. Can you tell me how that works? The process is combining the photos with the report and how that process works. And Captain Harrison said, sure, it's just like attaching any file you like would do to an email. Is simply a process of selecting the file and attaching it. It can be done at the officer level. I would say most of the time it is. The supervisor electronically submits the photos to the officer and they would attach it. So it wasn't Officer Rollins' fault that Sergeant Notch never sent the photograph, and he didn't have it when he submitted the report with a photograph taken at the station. And critically, the purpose of the photograph is to document any injuries. It is not to document whether an officer is wearing the BWC. The use of force policy with including a photo to show that there were no injuries long predated the introduction of BWCs to law enforcement. So there would have been no reason for Officer Rollins to think he was going to pull a fast one on Sergeant Notch by submitting a photograph without him having the BWC on his person. And also, additionally, why would you think that what you're wearing at the station several hours later necessarily reflects what you were wearing at the incident scene? So it doesn't really make any sense. And in my mind, I think it's another example of sort of favoring an interpretation of events which cast Officer Rollins in an unfavorable light, in as unfavorable light as possible. But I think that interpretation isn't plausible. It calls for, there are a lot of screw-ups. If that were the case, you'd expect Officer Rollins to behave differently than he did. One of the things I wanted to bring up was, you could look at Exhibit 17. And this was a report that Sergeant Notch did on March 6th. It's 4 days after the incident. And it's the third paragraph of the summary. He says, I asked Officer Rollins to download his BWC for the blue team report that would follow. I received no answer from Officer Rollins for some time until I received his blue team report. It was at this time he informed me that he did not have his camera on at the time of the incident. Okay, so according to this, he asked for the photo. He asked about the BWC footage, and he got no answer from Officer Rollins until Officer Rollins submitted his report. If you go to Exhibit 16, this is a written statement from Sergeant Notch. Okay, the third paragraph says, on March 2nd, 2019, located Officer Rollins in the conference room and asked if he had downloaded his camera. He then stated that in the commotion, he did not have time to turn on the camera. I told him that was not acceptable and the camera needs to be turned on in all enforcement action. So in this statement, he sees Officer Rollins in the conference room and asks if he downloaded his camera. And then he stated that Officer Rollins apparently said he didn't have time to turn on the camera. So this report contradicts his March 6th report, where he says that he asked for it and he never got an answer from Officer Rollins until his report. Now, what does that matter? No, I'm not suggesting Sergeant Notch is dishonest, lacks integrity. What I'm pointing out is that people's memories are fallible. They make mistakes. Not every inconsistency is evidence of a deliberate falsehood. And I think what I've seen in my experience is there tends to be a kind of I think unfair interpretation of events when in these types of situations where you attribute the most base motive to the person, and clearly that's not how we operate in the real world. We forget things, we don't remember things. There are times when we are confronted with situations that compromise our ability to remember, and so I just brought that up to sort of to highlight that is an issue in this case, and it's one that I think I don't think that was considered in the investigation. I think it was sort of when Sergeant Notch wrote that Officer Rollins lied, that was a conclusion that he had come to, and it's one that you kind of get sort of a piling on effect. And I don't think people sat back and thought, wait a second, what happened at that incident? Could he have been mistaken about that? It's important that, let me go back to this thing I wanted to bring up. This was a question that Commissioner Rubin to Captain Harrison during the hearing. He said, my sudden encounter with pain caused my hand to be exclusively occupied by my firearm, radio, or handcuffs. My whole physical, this was the quote, my whole physical and mental faculties on to surviving this unknown threat. I was unable to initiate my BWC before use of force. So based on that quote, Commissioner Rubin asked Captain Harrison, is it possible to write that statement with sort of the assumption I must have had it on me and just be wrong? Where are you seeing the evidence that this was like intentionally false? And that's the thing I never got. That was the answer. That was the question, to me, the critical question that I don't think anyone adequately responded to in a convincing way. I mean, why do you think he was necessarily being dishonest instead of just being addled and not having an accurate memory of what took place? It is important that the public has confidence that that police officers are honest, especially when they're going to be testifying in court. But it's also important to recognize that police officers are not machines. Human memory is far from fallible, especially when confronting a stressful situation that Officer Rollins confronted. That's why it's significant that in DOI 1104-04 is a violation for any employee to deliberately make a false written or oral report. What cannot be tolerated with law enforcement officers is a deliberate falsehood. And ultimately, this is what the case boils down to. Officer Rollins was terminated because he allegedly was deliberately committed a deliberate falsehood. And I don't think the evidence bore that out in the hearing. 3 years later, three and a half years later, Officer Rollins is here because he wants to clear his name, essentially, because the allegation of dishonesty is not true. He wants to be reinstated. He wants to come back and serve the community as a law enforcement officer. That's what he was trained for. And as you know, the petitioner has to show by the greater weight of evidence that the city's termination of him was unjustified. I think the evidence has shown that. And greater weight of evidence just means more than 50%. So for the reasons we've discussed, we believe this termination was unjust. So we're asking the commission to answer the question in the affirmative that the termination was unjustified. Let me just say, as far as remedies, he's asked to be reinstated. We certainly understand under the circumstances why that might be difficult, and it's not clear if reinstated he would actually return. He's doing well on the other side of the country. He's doing well, although this law enforcement was what he's always wanted to do. But that's one of the options, I think, is, we're asking at the very least that the commission find that the termination was unjustified and whatever remedies the commission finds appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. And now we turn to the time when the commissioners are allowed to and encouraged to discuss your impressions, and then after we hear from the commissioners, we will take a vote.
Can I ask a couple questions of council? Is that appropriate?
I guess so.
I just want to narrow the issues down. Is there a dispute that sorry, I'm not in the mic. I just want to narrow the issue down to make sure I understand. Does the petitioner dispute, if we were to conclude that you hadn't shown by the greater weight of the evidence that they were wrong to think he was untruthful, that everything else, the firing, is justified? In other words, does this really come down to whether you've shown that they were wrong to conclude he was untruthful and there's really no other issue? Is that it?
I think so.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, that was all I had.
Any comments or other questions at this time from the commissioners? Well, I'd be interested in hearing from the commissioners before we take a vote what your thought processes are in terms of how you're leaning in terms of the question that will be presented, that is presented to us, whether or not to overturn or modify the city's decision to terminate Mr. Rollins. Any comments?
Well, I don't mind going first, but I also don't mind not going first, if anyone else would like to. I'm kind of mindful looking at Exhibit 38. A lot of this is circumstantial in the case, and I recognize that just the redacted report alone, I don't know. I don't know what that means. It's complicated. There are a couple things we didn't spend much time in the hearing, including the statements of Officer Ferguson and Johnson. Officer Johnson, and it's reflected in this exhibit, let me start with Ferguson. Officer Ferguson admits to witnessing Officer Rollins not wearing his body-worn camera and also making a statement at the scene indicating that he was not wearing his body-worn camera. And then Officer J.E. Johnson's statement admits to checking in with Officer Rollins and arriving on the scene. Officer Johnson does not recall observing Officer Rollins wearing his body camera, but admits hearing a statement being made that Officer Rollins' body-worn camera was docked in the vehicle's charging station during the event. That one, it's a little unclear statement made by who. But the first one is sort of important, right? Because even in the later body-worn camera report that the petitioner wrote, where he says, either I didn't turn it on or it wasn't on my person. Well, if this statement is true, then he knew it wasn't on his person. And so even an equivocal statement like that might be false in circumstances where you know one or the other is true. And so I actually found that to be fairly compelling. And then you add these other things that I find maybe a little bit less. I didn't find the photo for documentation purposes I thought your points, Petitioner's Counsel's points, were well taken on that. I didn't think that photo did anything. But I did think that when you added all of this together, the different reports, you know, it makes it a little bit hard for me to conclude that petitioner has shown by a greater weight of the evidence that the city was wrong. But I'm curious for others' thoughts. It's not like a firm conclusion, but that's sort of where my head was at.
Well, to add on to what you are saying, what's kind of influencing me, first, I have no doubt that Officer Rollins was a good officer.
You guys
and-
have got to use your mics.
Oh,
or
I'm
you
sorry,
can't hear.
I'm sorry.
You have-
I got two mics. I have no question or no doubt that Mr. Rollins was a good officer and in many respects. And so that's one of the things that makes this just very difficult. But I think a couple of things. One, I was influenced by Exhibit 35, which I think it was, if my notes are correct, Captain Fanet said was definitive in showing that the BWC was in the docking statement. And this was right at the conclusion of the first session, and I asked him point blank, doesn't this definitively answer the question as to whether the body-worn camera was docked in the docking station? And he said yes. So there's no question that it was docked. So the second thing I go to is what Mr. Rollins wrote in his use of force incident summary report through Blue Team. And it's the same language that we've already been talking about, that he was essentially unable to activate his BWC because his hands were exclusively occupied by his firearm, radio, or handcuffs, which wasn't true. Exhibit 35 tells us it wasn't true. So for that reason, I am troubled by what appears to be a falsehood. And I don't think that Mr. Rollins has shown that the police department was wrong to conclude that he was untruthful. But what also troubles me is, having been a former prosecutor, I know that an officer's credibility in court is everything. And when we look at Exhibit 49 and 50, this example letter from the Wake County District Attorney's Office asking for a Brady Giglio impeaching information, what happened here was going to essentially haunt Mr. Rollins' ability to be a credible witness going forward in time. And that makes it, in my view, impossible for him to engage in all the necessary functions or essential functions of his job. So those are probably the key pieces out of all of this massive information that have impacted me in my thinking.
Commissioner Lee?
Yeah, I agree with Commissioners Rubin and Commissioner
Holland?
Holland. I'm still trying to get familiar with your names. But yeah, I just want to go back to Exhibit 38. I think that's extremely compelling evidence. Looking at the witness officer's testimonies, especially Ferguson, Willauer, and Johnson's testimony, that they admit that Officer Rollins stated that he was not wearing his body camera at the time. So, you know, adding that on top of the testimony, the exhibits that we received, specifically the redacted exhibit concerning whether or not he had the body camera on at the time, or whether he was too, concerned with other matters, for lack of a better word, to activate the body camera at the time. I just don't believe that there is sufficient evidence to indicate that this wasn't sort of lost my track of thinking, sorry. I just don't believe that council has brought up enough evidence to sort of indicate whether the city's decision to terminate his employment was correct or not. So.
Well, and I'll add my comments. I think in this case, it certainly is possible, and I understand that it is possible in a situation where something unexpected happens, that you're confused about, your memory might be blurred, that you might not remember accurately what happened. I guess just from a common sense perspective, I would expect at that point Officer Rollins to have said, you know, I am just flooded. This is so out of, you know, I don't know what happened. But the unambiguous comment, which is that this is what happened and that I didn't have time, is difficult to square with an honest response. And I also come back to, I think, the officers and the individuals in the internal affairs group and so forth, and going right up through the appeals process, had lost trust. And I think may or may not have lost trust with every single jot of evidence that, maybe had gone the other way or whatever, but they had lost trust, and I believe they were not unjustified in losing trust. And as a result, I think that my vote will be to not overturn the city's decision to terminate, based on all those things.
May I add one more thing before we vote?
Yes.
In some ways, it's neither here nor there. We spent a lot of time talking about Brady and Giglio, and like Commissioner Holland, I'm a former prosecutor. I didn't want to finish this hearing without just noting, I would just recommend to the city to check its understanding of what its obligations were in terms of disclosing when it has made a conclusion that an officer is dishonest. I've been out of the habeas corpus business for a couple of years, but I used to litigate these cases on behalf of the state and the federal government, and you want to make sure that your understanding of that is correct and whether there is an obligation to turn that material over. I would just recommend you consult with the district attorney's office about whether, when it's partway through the process, but the city itself has concluded an officer is dishonest, if you should respond to that Brady letter by disclosing that to the district attorney's office and let them decide. These matters go to the fairness to the defendant, they go to the integrity of the prosecution. You just don't want to be wrong on it. And it's not really in our purview, but since we spent a lot of time on it today, I couldn't not comment on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Rubin. And so without any further comment, I will call for a vote of the commissioners. All the commissioners who are in favor of upholding the decision of the city to terminate Officer Rollins, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And that's unanimous. And so the city's decision to terminate is upheld. And I don't know whether there are any other additional administrative or other matters to take up at this time.
Chairperson Klein, in the past, the prevailing party has been asked to prepare a final decision and to share it with the opposing counsel. And if council are able to reach a consensus, then to submit that. But if not, then they each submit their own versions. Is that the procedure that you wish to continue with?
It is. Thank you. And obviously, when you communicate to me what you're sending, communicate the position of opposing counsel. And I will look at it carefully and enter what I conclude to be the correct order. Thank you for all the parties' participation today, and at this point, I'll adjourn the hearing.